Hi everyone. Two really weird things have happened this week. First, I signed this legally binding contract and got paid a load of money to advertise games deals. And then, literally, a couple of days after that, I managed to get NBA 2K17 for the low price of $34.99 on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One at Game, saving £15. Crazy days.
Hello. We are back again. This is day 2, week 4 of UK Masters, and I'm here joined with Flakes.
Yeah, it's certainly been a bit of an interesting one. We've had some issues here and there with getting started, but nonetheless, it is the UK Masters. It is some pretty interesting teams, and there's a whole lot of talking points with these guys, right? Because the whole smooth thing really has kicked things up in a bit of a fuss. People are like, hey, what is this UK Counter-Strike scene? Well, where are these players coming from? Well, these guys, they're pretty representative of that, including CX being Smooth's, one of his playgrounds.
Obviously, half of them are people that have played, with UK people in ESCA and whatnot, and notoriously, UK is pretty toxic, especially in pug environments. But talk about CX tonight. They will be fielding 2 stand-ins as Cinder. He's currently in Latvia, and obviously Smuya is in LA playing iBuy Power Masters with Flipside. Do you talk about that a little bit?
I mean, what is there to say? He's going to LA. We can't complain about that in a nutshell. I think it's the hangar is the venue. It's going to be an event where they're pretty much banking on beating Tyloo. That's kind of the bare bones. Probably one of the easier teams for them to play against. Cloud9 as well, thrown into the mix. It's going to be difficult no matter what, but I think the fact that we have a player yet again, provide another plateau to play on an international level is huge.
What would be interesting as well is if Smoothie performs and plays well, will they still use him at Oakland if they do qualify? Because obviously top 4 out of those 8 teams do go to play in Oakland. Oakland obviously in America, and the visas are so hard to get if you're a CIS player. So
yeah, that's an interesting talking point, though I would hope that the organisation have been on the ball with that. And
you would hope.
Electronic, after all, is a player that I would say you don't really want to be missing from your lineup. He is that kind of, the bombshell, per se.
Yes, so anyway, very much great experience for Smoothie. We do hope the best for him. Best of luck to him. But replacing him tonight will be Karma Panga, and then replacing Cinder will be Robin Nasty.
What are your thoughts on those 2 players? Just brief rundown.
Karma, obviously, lots of history there to go with CEX. Played with them at the I-56 LAN, I believe, winning that with them. And then Robin Nasty, where have I just seen him play? Did he play? He played with FM. He was one of the stand-ins for FM, I believe. I'm not too sure. That was, 2 weeks ago? 1 week ago, maybe?
I think it was 2.
No, it was week 3. It was casting.
Memory's hard work. We don't need no memory. We don't need another
strong player, nevertheless.
I mean, hey, we said next week, right? That was apparently a thing, but we are back today after all. And well, you summed him up as a strong player, so that's certainly something to really be keeping our eyes on. But of course, we do have another team, their opposition. Let's talk about those.
Yep, they will be going. CEX will be playing versus Kaz, and recent form, Kaz has been playing very, very well. I mean, standout players would be MCK. His single shot accuracy is so nice, especially the pistols, and decent with the sprays, but his headshot accuracy is phenomenal. And then obviously moving on, we've got Aussie as well, who's been playing great for them. 2-0 lead, 2-0 game on series versus Endpoint last week, and they're going to be looking to get another 2-0 tonight.
Well, you talk about them getting a 2-0. A big part of actually walking away with those W's is the maps. Now, you know I was leading on to this, and you've had a whole lot to say when it comes down to the first pick. So Dust2, why have we got to this? Is this going to be something that bodes well for CX? Let's look at their point of view.
Well, Kaz obviously picking Dust 2. I wouldn't say obviously, because you've got to think as well, CX beat Endpoint 2-0, not 2-0. They did beat Endpoint in that best of 1 on Dust 2, but the thing is, that was CEX with Smuya. Obviously, this is a notorious AWPing map. That could be the reasoning why, The star player for CX, their AWPer, is not here tonight. Oh, let's just pick Dust 2. Yeah, but that could go in the favour of CX as well, sort of cut you off.
Yeah, I think
Dust 2 is quite a puggy map, and obviously when you don't have the structure of your 5 players, that can also play into factor.
Yeah, I think the map in the nutshell is a bit of a playground, to be honest, isn't it? If we sum it up in a nice and concise manner. Overall, AWPers aside, I'm actually kind of intrigued to see sort of what lurking we'll see, right? Because on Dust 2 recently within UKCS, it's something that's been really sitting on our mind. We talked about it pretty heavily last night, and whether you thought that it was over lurking or something that was a bit of a profound issue here and there within the entirety of CS.
It depends.
Are we going to see that with these sort of teams? Are we going to see even much lurking at all?
I expect to see lurking, especially from Kaz. I mean, Jacob last night on Cobblestone, constant lurking towards the other side that his teammates were hitting. Dust 2 usually see the A long lurk, especially if you've got your 4 teammates going for long, and then you have the late lurk towards long to catch that play off guard. So it depends which AKM opts to play. Does he want to play for the Dust 2 lurk, the long doors lurk, or does he want to go for the lower tunnel, watch the mid rotate, try and catch those 2 players rotating from B to A, or vice versa, those players rotating from A to B, try and catch those players off guard? Or does he want to play the more default style and go towards Dust 2? A long, Jesus Christ. First game of the day, lads.
Yeah.
First game of the day, always got to get that warm-up through.
So what you've just done for me there is you've set out this kind of whole deck of cards. Now, I don't want to see 52 in front of us. I want to see see just one. So what do you think is going to happen?
Turn my microphone up. I can actually hear myself now. What's going to happen? I expect a 2-0 just in favor of Kaz, simply just because 2 stand-ins is just so much. You'll be losing 2 players, and you're losing Cinder, Smooth, arguably the 2 best players on this lineup. And then Kaz, obviously, they are fielding their full 5. So, and you look at the maps as well. Dust 2, I mean, yes, CX are really good on Dust 2. They played it last week, but that was with their Orpa and their Star Rifler, Cinder.
Well, there you have it. We've talked about kind of serious scores. Are we looking at a quick 16-6, 16-7?
I'd say 16-10. I expect
16-10,
CX to get double digits. Yep.
Okay, I'm pretty excited to see this one now. Actually, you've made it nice and close in the UK Masters. To be honest, we've had some whitewashes here and there fairly recently, so it'll be nice to see a nice and close and overall competitive matchup. So we can pray for no issues. We can pray for it to be a nice and smooth night, and from there, well, we got ourselves just what we're looking for. Hopefully, providing these players can live up to the hype. Of course, looking like we are going to be going through this one relatively soon. So just bear with us. We had, as mentioned, just a couple of issues with getting going, but the Wednesday night blues, things that we can kind of get on over. We had them last night.
Yeah, thankfully not an anti-cheat problem or something like that. Not something serious. I think it's just someone just
quick
has
and
to
easy things.
think someone's coming back late from something.
Yeah, we can just gloss over that. So we've talked predictions, we've talked maps. What is the closing point for me? I'm looking at CX and going, I do like the fact they have got these curveball of players. Not necessarily something that Kaz are going to go, they're not going to say, oh, we didn't expect this. Because you look at these players and go, okay, well, everyone in the UK has played with them at some point or played against them at some point.
Expect what, sorry?
They expect these 2 substitute players. So it's not going to be something where they go, okay, we've never played against these guys. We don't know how they're going to play.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, Kaz especially, they played versus Karma, Panga many a time. Robert Nasty, don't see him too much in the UK scene, but does do the odd fill and, mix there for the UK lands. But all 10 players in the server now, and I believe they are both ready. So, relatively soon, we should go into the knife round.
I think knife round is... have you got coin on you? Because I feel like we might as well just toss it at this point, and that will pretty much give us the result of the knife round, right? Yeah,
obviously, it doesn't really matter too much which side you start. Usually looking towards 8-7 in favor of the T side. Very, very equal map. So yes, we are ready with the knife round, so we can go into game.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be that knife round. Nothing too crazy, of course, as we mentioned. The coin flip going to come back to be the haunting factor. Pistol rounds. That's something we can kind of talk on. I'd say pistol rounds and Dust 2 actually something that are pretty damn important. Kaz, is their map pick? What are we thinking?
Well, it depends if they want to play aggressive or just play passive. You can play 2-1-2 setup, have the 1 player mid, 2A, 2B. Obviously, double take long and then wait for the Ts to push up short. Obviously, the long range battle from Car. Or you can get aggressive. Boost up 2 people towards short, have the face towards mid and try get map presence that way. Get 1 killer mid, fall back, play the 4 versus 5 after plant. But Kaz, they win the knife round. Expected to start on the CT side. If they've got a bit of confidence, we could see them starting on the T side.
Yeah, it looks like confidence is going to be key. It's going to be that big commentating factor. CX, over on the CT side, of course, that is a given. But it is about time we got into some actual CS. It's enough talking. Because, Alex, we have ourselves a game on our hands, and here we go. We are going to be going straight into this one, of course, in terms of what we see in the buys. 5 sets of Clever Last, everything all across the board for the CEX side. And in comparison, just a 4 with the utility play of Dream for that T side.
Those flashes as well, we could be seeing those players going fast up short and try and get the player that's playing towards ramp, try and get him to duck and hide away so you can get up towards the site and play the close range battles and actually roam here. Pushing up short nice and early, does face it towards Karma, but it's going to be Rezu with the first.
He's looking for the head, but he's having a bit of a struggle in terms of actually getting it in because it's going to be Rezu, not just for the first, but for all 3. He goes for the triple and he connects every single shot. Karma and Jacob, they will try and respond, and it is going to come back to really be the haunting factor, but nonetheless, Thomas, the headshot is going to be a given, and we get ourselves, well, a pistol round for CX in such a quick scenario. It was a blink of an eye and they were dead. The triple kill on towards from that site, perfect.
I'm not even too sure if Dream used both those flashes. I think he used one to flash mid, and then obviously he saw Kamapanga there, Rezu towards long car position. I just mentioned it moments before that you have the long range duels, and if you land the headshots, you do stop those Ts from getting to site, and doesn't allow them to play the close range duels. And unfortunately, there for Kaz, 3 of their players would go down to the swift headshots from Rezu. So looking into this round as well, I've got 1 rifle. Obviously, you guys can't see it, so I have to describe it for you. SMG buy up as well, coming from CEX, and the rifle onto Thomas. The force buy is coming from Kaz as well, so they didn't get the bomb down, so they don't have the injector cash. Instead, they are opting for the force buy, smokes and flashes. Could see a B take with this, but the deagle means we're probably going to be expecting them to go towards mid and short and try and get picks that way.
So that lack of injection, it has prompted this. We've really set out the scene. But again, it comes down to Kaz can really bring this muscle and actually convert that into something that is beneficial for them as a team right now. They want to make this work. If they, of course, fall off the back of this, it does have that round delay into him getting that full buy to the table. But so far, it is just going to be this bundling effect. Short, yet again.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, with the deagles, you don't really want to push too fast. Allow the deagles to peek into slope and towards car, try and get a headshot, but CEX, they're not facing and take that back. Rezu actually does face and does go down and come pang with the 5-7. This does allude to the fact that he will probably be AWPing into the first buy round, and Roman as well with the trade. It's the one-man lead already for Kaz.
And the bomber are already going to be ticking on away, providing just such a solid factor for this T-side now, just looking to not see Jacob overface too hard, but he's just going to go for it. Swings out towards barrels, and, well, surprise, surprise, he will get punished. Going to keep on ticking. The deagle peek there, very nice from Aussie, but again, the trades.
And now Thomas on the flank from 2 players. Nice and easy spread on there. It's going to be a 2-0 lead now for Kaz, and Karmapanga with the 5-7 is actually opting to... Yeah, he does save, so maybe he was expecting just a full eco that round, and, could buy the SMG, get a few kills that round, and still buy the AWP, but instead he wants that full utility and maybe a pistol as well going to the next round, and the spray that's come out from Thomas. So, this buy... Actually, Karmapanga's already got the AWP. Why has he bought that? He's versus pistols.
This is a bit of a risk. I think that's a given, but for Kaz, are they going to be aware of this? More than likely, they're just going to assume that he's not going to buy it.
The thing is, it doesn't really matter if they're ready for it or not. It's the fact that he's bought on AWP and they're going towards B, but Kamapanga, thankfully, he is playing towards A, and it's actually the bomb outside at those long doors. So Aussie trying to get the first pick, but with no armor, does get aim punched and doesn't find the first frag just yet.
I'm just waiting to see if we can hear that kind of rattle of the AWP, because surely the minute Cavs realise that, they're going to try and kind of zone in on that position and use that crosshair to really kind of punish CS, because if they can drop down an AWP, it's perfect. Unfortunately, reality kicks back in, and well, it's a lot of mid.
So, into this first buy round, what I want to see is how do CX take long? Do they go for the 3-player long setup, have 1 player play towards mid and then 1 player B, or do they go for the 2 long, 1 short, and...
We got an auto sniper.
Yeah, that's going to be back boxes on B. Thomas usually does that. Actually see that coming up from him quite often. He will go back boxes on B and just watch that tunnel. Such a tight choke point. So good to get collateral damages with that auto sniper.
Is that something that Kaz are going to be proactively trying to take control of? We're actually seeing a very aggressive push coming from CAX. Remember, gets himself some information to work with, but does he realize they're just pushing this close and personal? Not quite going to get away with it, but eventually will connect the frags. So going to buy himself a little bit more time as Robin. He's somewhat trying to back and away, and when we talked about this auto sniper,
What is this?
it gets nothing done. This is a very wacky round, and, well, for our first buy, a bit random, yeah.
There's just no need at all. I mean, you can go for the upper push. You can go for the double upper push. That's fine for information, but with no flash, just running into the crosshairs, not really what you want to see. And now the 5 versus 2, 1 minute 12 on the clock. So easy now for the T's to group up and just trade the frags out. Even if a player dies, as long as the trade comes in, they will win the round if players survive.
Molotov is going to go down over towards mid door, so at least going to be making Robin not really have the idea of going too aggressive just yet. So he's going to be biding his time, wait for it to fade, and MTK holding this angle and just sitting here is great stuff from him, because it pretty much means that CX, they have to work hard if they want this flank. The pre-fire from Robin is going to do enough damage, but MTK still...
He needs to save that auto sniper right now. Definitely needs to save that, or just try and save anything he can. CX, they've spent so much money into that round. Thomas buying the auto sniper, dropping out that SMG. Is it worth it in the end? No, it isn't, because CX, they went for the double upper push. That's fine, but with no flash, nothing. Just elephant footing forward through that tunnel, walk into the crosshair of Aussie there, sprays down. I believe it was a Rezu, and it was just Robin nasty as well. Just falls back, gets cold feet, and if you're going to get aggressive together and not single individually.
Well, that's really what kind of almost is the sting for me, because you talk about Thomas and that he usually takes an auto sniper towards B. It's actually a trait of his. You know, he buys an auto sniper, takes it towards that B side, but he sits in mid and then they go aggressive towards B.
Because you battle the AWPer as well.
Just didn't really feel it was much of a game plan in their overall aggression team. It was very, very loose. Either way, we get to see another round.
So, I believe they will go for the 3 long take, and without the AWP to hold down mid, if the Kaz side opt to go fast up short, this could catch CX off guard, but instead, quite the passive setup coming out. The 2 players was long. They have long control. This is good now for CX. Now they can play more of a default round, give up mid, play the sites, and play it that way.
One thing that can be noticed is that Kaz, they're just double checking that CX aren't going to be just recycling old strategies, so putting 3 men over towards that B tunnels and just actually staring dead set at that smoke, saying, okay, if you're going to push this, we are ready. But the push, it doesn't take place. CX, as you mentioned, playing up to fairly standard. Rezu is going to be there to peek towards doors or fire off a couple of shots, not really a full flourishing peek, but nonetheless, a slow start.
It is quite a passive setup from both these teams. Kaz obviously having the AWP, they want Dream to find the first frag, and we'll be seeing him go towards short, I believe, and he's going to try face towards site. They know that CEX spent so much money buying into that previous round, and they know that no one's saved, so without Brody saving the AWP, they expect no AWP, and that gives free reign for Dream to find that first pick.
That first pick is ever so important. If he can net that, that gives his team pretty much that biting point. They go, okay, do we want to push off this, or do we want to just fall back and come up with a new decision, a new thought process into the round?
Actually lining up smokes as well. This is quite strange. I mean, with the AWP, you want to play for the pick. It's not really the best in the attack in the site situation, but the smokes do come out, the flashes come. Here come the Kaz attack.
With the AWP snaps straight on towards Karma, catches them off guard. Rezu and MCK, they will respond, but it's going to be those 1-for-1s. The trading game for Kaz is what's coming up trumps in every single direction. They're trying to get close. Brody over towards long, but again, the trades. Dream with the AWP, he's got so much presence, so much control, and there's nothing CX can do. They're going aggressive, but again, the trades. This is just perfect from Kaz, walking all over this site, but it does leave Robin in a bit of a predicament. He's over towards CT, but it's a 1v2.
Well played there as well. Into the round, we can talk about the trades and whatnot once this round has ended. Robin did have the kit, so something could happen there, but unfortunately for him, he does go down. So what I was talking about there, 2 people drop towards CT. Usually, you see one player and he dies and there's no refrag. What happens there? 2 players drop, 1 dies, the refrag comes out. Dream as well, the opening frag towards ramp, opens up that A-bomb site, and CEX, they lose the after plant, they lose the retake, and it's going to be 2-3 and the money reset now for Kaz.
That's really what hurts, because we've talked about this constant flow of another round, another buy. This time CX, it's just not the case anymore. That's just a false truth. They're on pistols, and they have to try and hold against an onslaught of rifles.
Yes, they do, and actually the tap coming out there from Aussie does take down Kamapanga, but this round can't really look too much into it. What can we see changing up into the first buy round? CX, they tried early aggression, did not work for them. Hopefully, if you're CX right now, you want Kaz to go towards long. You want them to battle the 3 players that are playing there, or, potentially have some aggression towards short. If Kaz are playing towards mid, maybe boost an AWP up there, hold that angle, wait for the Dream, Aussie, whichever player it is, to walk into your scope, get the first frag, fall back, and play the after plant with a 1-man advantage and trade off that way.
One benefit for Kaz in this round, or something that may sit with them for the rest of this half at least, is that on their T side, they're being very meticulous about which angles they check. Which up against pistols is pretty much the perfect way to go about it. If they check every single angle, they certainly remove those chances of people to shake him. Albeit a little jumpy, still checks mid, still gets the frag, and can take that one step further as Robin tries to go for a bit more of a responsive push, but 1 by 1, well, not quite the way to go about it. Thomas going to find himself at least 1. Can he save the rifle?
Yeah, but then again, the money for CEX, they will be able to buy into the next round. Actually, Robin Nasty on 1.4k, so this AK is quite important for the save, and hopefully he can, but Dream there, obviously, Thomas with no armor, does lose that battle with the aim punch, and we're going to be seeing 3-3 CEX after winning the pistols and the 2 buys after that. They are now looking at Kaz with 3 as well. So now we have no AWP on the CT side and an AWP on the T side. Once again, Dream has free reign. Actually, no, I take that back. There was no AWP on either side. So we might be seeing something fast here from the T side. And this could be the long take, but there's only 2 players this time.
Yeah, this could be a bit more of a deciding factor when it comes down to can they even hold it, as they're not even going to be facing it. They're falling back already straight to the site. They are aware these flashes have popped off. But how is this going to affect them towards the middle portion of the round? As right now, Kaz, they're not actually pushing. They're just sitting tight, twiddling their thumbs, and seems like even setting up some smoke.
This is smart, though. They are taking back map control. That's what we need to do. The Ts have taken control of long, so the CTs, they group together, they take control of short, and now this means on the retake, they will have a part of the map to work with.
Brody going to be sitting on the other side of that smoke, and reverse map control can potentially mean that they get themselves set up with a reverse push from long as well, so that flank is a whole talking point in itself. But for now, here is the push. Here it begins. Kaz, they've laid down the foundations, and now they're looking to really finish off this building project, as Brody going to be holding that cross. But let's see what he can actually do as the flash looking like it is going to be popped. The push already rolling on him. Kaz, Brody, he goes to the spray, finds one, but the quick trade from Roma is going to be able to seal the deal in this one. The CT side, they're over towards short, but it's going to be free pickings for MCK. Is now what he has to do is pretty much just hold it yet again, another amble, and Karma just giving it to him.
The problem is as well for the CT side, there was no kit, so this is why they're playing so fast. And now Robin in the 1 versus 3, no kit. Yeah, he might have to save here. Trying to bait out one more frag, trying to take one more gun out of the T side, but as I just mentioned there, no kit for the CT side. That's why you saw Brody and his fellow teammates playing so aggressive, trying not to allow the Ts to have the site. Instead, the 1-for-1 trade comes up from Brody, and in that situation, it's not even that bad. That's fair play. The problem was MCK getting 2 frags, killing that player towards Gandalf, and also killing the player on site, and that will grant them 4 rounds for Kaz.
So overall, a very solid working position, and again, it's that kind of economic factor that is still the same old sting for CX. It's not another buy for them. They have to go on towards these pistols, and we are going to see some Kevlar bot to table up on towards Robin, so clearly a player that is more than happy to sit on the low side of things. We've seen him do it in the past, getting almost stuck with not really a full buy off the back of his investment.
Yeah, that is true. So this round, 2 players have armor. That's Brody C. He is very good with the pistols, actually. Very good with the Deagle, but unfortunately for him, he has the 5-7. But can he make it work at this close range angle? Goes for the first play. Gets 1, gets 2. Can he get any more? Gets 3. Takes down 3 of those T players as they push out of that tunnel. It's going to be the 4 versus 2 now. But these players, they don't have armor. It's only armor and Robin. He's got the Deagle. Jacob trying to equalize the numbers here.
It's all about the equalization, but even that, the sheer manpower, this could be able to overwhelm Cavs. This could actually happen. Jacob and Robo, the 2 men to really keep their eye on as they will get that bomb down. Thomas looking to try and create some sort of gap-closing ability over towards doors. But this is getting almost a little bit ridiculous at this point. Some flashes, we pop the individual peaks, not quite good, should we be saying, as Thomas will at least find one on towards Roma. V1, a much more of a difficult predicament for the CT side to work with, and that flash yet again going to be perfect. Jacob is going to be blinded off and has to reposition. But Robin, he picks up a rifle, finds himself the frag. CX, they do make it work after all.
The 5-7 at close range is 1-shot headshot, and you saw it come into full effect there. 3 frags, 3 headshots for Brody C. Such an explosive play. Great aim on him. Yes, players say he doesn't quite have the best brain yet for the game, but that comes with experience. He has that aim to back it up, and right there it shows. 3 opening kills for him, making it 2 versus 4. And you saw Jacob's instant reply in his head. I need to equalize the numbers. This 2 versus 4 off the plant would be too hard. Tries to get the frag, but unfortunately for him, doesn't work out. And looking to this buy, we've got 2 AWPs. Probably going to see 1 mid, 1 B, then the other one played towards A.
That's really kind of always the big factor for me. If CX can follow through and take this round, their economy, it's gone from being on the kind of the bleak side of things to booming. They've just become millionaires overnight. For now, we actually see if they can do just that. Can they complete the task set out in front of them? It is going to be some early control to be attempted from Kaz. Just a couple of flashes lobbed over the walls here and there, just trying to see if they can bait a response from the CT side. But again, nice and slow, nice and patient. And I like this start
This
because it means
works.
decisions aren't rushed.
This works for CEX, as the nice and slow pace coming out from the T side means that eventually one of these T players will walk into the scope of one of these CT-sided AWPs, and you would hope so anyway. Karma or Thomas. Thomas don't playing towards A this time. Usually see him playing towards B. Maybe it's a mix-up of roles there. Karma and Thomas both want to play B, but anyway, here comes the attack.
They're going to drop one down, trying to really just get the advantage on towards Rezu. Not quite going to happen. It will be some tagging damage, but Thomas, he needed to be a turret, and he just wasn't quite there. MCK doesn't do the damage towards CT, but still does the job nonetheless, finding that entry pick. We are starting to see that CT side response trying to burn up into something, and it will net them at least 2 picks. But I'm looking towards the T side. The positions they have, it's so advantageous, should we be saying. The CT side, they've net themselves a man advantage, but Dream, quick to slam that away from them.
Yeah, this is so good now for the T side, especially once those players. Once Jacob spots 2 players on the CT side pushing in, and now Dream can isolate the players, gets 1 frag with his AWP. Can he get a second? Yes, he can. Phenomenal round there for him. Well played. So, that round, why did that round happen? You saw what happened when the smokes came out. It isolated Thomas onto that ramp position. He couldn't quite get away. Didn't have any support from Brody C because the smoke blocked him off. Brody C couldn't help him. He had to watch towards long. Thomas on his own goes down to, I believe it was MCK, and once he fell, the A side came with it, and the CT side couldn't quite win the retake. But looking into this round, once again, it's Brody C and Thomas. Thomas Nasty? Robin Nasty with the armor and the Deagle and the 5-7. If you're Kaz right now, you do not want to be walking into that Brody C 5-7.
That 5-7, it scared them in the past, and, well, it's been a bit of a frightful experience overall. But if he can tap them down, we're looking at just another performance. 3-1 on the house, they say. Kaz, they've been pretty solid with their trading game. I think that's certainly something that has, sat out from the rest of the crowd. But this is against pistols. This should be simple for a T-side. Just push out together as a unit, be very, secular in the way you approach things. But they're giving the pistols the 3 peaks. Karma this time only going to get 1, but Thomas with the Deagle still enabling the trades for that CT side. So damage to be inflicted.
But the bomb shall go down for the T side, and no kill on the CT side means that they have to play fast, and Rezu goes down to Roma. Tries to push short, and MCK, good position here, will catch the players as they rotate in. Robin with the armor might even opt to save that and just try and find a rifle to go along with that, but fortunately for him, he will not have any chance of winning this round. Kaz, they're up 6-4, and you've got to talk about the rounds that CX have won. They have not won 1 rifle round. All the rounds they won was the pistol, the 2 subsequent rounds after that, and then that phenomenal round from Brody C with that 3K. It's not repeatable.
Not only is it not repeatable, but how does that bode for their economy?
Oh yeah, tatters. That's why you constantly see them with pistols. And yeah, Robin will go down. So 2 rounds leading now for Kaz. Usually expect an 8-7 or so scoreline, so if CX can pull up 3 more rounds and Kaz just get 2, we'll be seeing something more, normalized there. But instead, we're going to be seeing Kaz with the lead. For now, 11th round going in. We're going to see the AWP now on Robin Nasty and the AWP on Jacob. Actually not Dream this time, so usually Jacob seeing him AWP a bit more passive. Actually got the long spawn, that's why he's got the AWP.
He's going to hop on through and tries to get that early pick, but there is no one there for him to be found. They're all hiding away back over on towards the site as short aggression this time around is going to be the target for this CT side, as Rezu is going to be manned to try and make it stick. But at this point, it's not really that aggressive. He's just holding an angle. He's waiting and pretty much counting on a push. It's a similar story as mid there. Brody Molotov is going to be a bit more of a knowledgeable factor in terms of giving him some information to work with. And Rezu, ever so patient, well, it's virtuous, nets him a frag.
Yeah, and actually the setup coming from the CT side, probably expecting a mid to B split, or maybe even, you know, what we've seen before was they smoke off CT and they try and take control of it that way. Instead, though, unfortunately for him, it's going to be the T's playing outside long. And actually, they've got cold feet. They've opted to go back towards mid and try to find that frag and refrag him back. Try and take that kill away from Rezu and make it a 4 versus 4, but that's such an important shot to miss.
Yeah, open things up, but will manage to at least secure the second. So the damage, it has been done. And Rezu, he's still sticking this one. We're set to work virtuous now. It's even more so apparent. Gets the frag on towards Ozzy and Kaz. Well, they had numbers. What do they have left now? 2 men. They've been spotted out towards long. They've left the gap in the smoke. Can they do anything with it? Oh. A quick spray down. The bomb been dropped. Time ticking on away. It's going to be tough.
So, CEX, they finally win a gun round. Took them 12 rounds, but anyway, they have won the gun round. This is their first. Can they repeat it so they are not left once again on pistols? But to talk about that round, they finally got the entries. It was the 4 versus 5 in their favor. We didn't have them, you know, losing a player early, and even though it was repeatable, 2 frags from short, Rezu there taking both of those. Then again, Kaz playing so weird. I mean, you could just take a long control. You see players towards short, you know there's only 2 long, maximum 2 long, maybe even 1. Just play fast long, take control of long, and try to win the round by getting onto A. Let's talk about this round. It's actually Ozzy with the first, takes down Brody C. And now that they've got short control, Robin Nasty, he needs to find some picks here with his AWP.
Dream looking to shut this one down, and he does just that. Gets the chest shot, now looking for a second on shot. If he goes to the free fire, and he does, gets the frag on towards Rezu, and now he's pretty much just been the tin opener for this D side. But Karma, he's still that double up setup for CX that really will be the one that can pin them down. And the flicks, oh, they're coming up. Trumps gets himself too, now looking for a third.
Let's get the bomb and run back to B.
Yeah, why not? Because
Oh
they know what's open. And another flick from Karma. Please stop it. Stop the traumatization. This is huge from him. But even then, it can only be so big. It's a 1v2. He's trying to hold the cross.
Yeah, and actually the Molotov might even block the vision if they opt to use it that way. But instead, unlucky time for him. He does unscope and the player crosses, and the bomb shall go down. And he has no kit. Does have a Molotov and smoke, so he might even try and go for this. Picks up the rifle. This is smart. Can he win this?
Counter money has been thrown out, but they just don't expect it. He gets the first, but the trade from Roma.
Yep, they hear the steps. They heard the steps outside long doors. Not long doors. Jesus Christ, what's with me these doors? They hear the steps outside B doors. So that's why you saw the crossfire coming up. 1 player watching door, and then 1 player watching...
John's been begging for an excuse to draw on the map. We gave it to him, the doors. The pivotal part of does too, right?
Draw some doors for me, mate. Anyway, going to be the short aggression coming from the CT side, boosted up short. But unfortunately for them, it's going to be the long take. So well played by Kaz. They do go for the standard anti-eco, go out towards long, and face these pistols from long-ranged engagements.
Yeah, certainly does give the disadvantage to that side. But hey, maybe accuracy onto those heads can be a bit more of a helping factor. The Cows, now they're up close and personal, and they still yet to face a single player. And this elevated angle from Rezu could just catch them completely off guard. He finds one, makes it to 2. The damage is still being done from this T-side and eventually gives them control of the site. But now look at this reverse push coming in from long. It's a bit of a flank, and well, they didn't check their corners, but still, even more damage to be done. Thomas, a 1v2.
There's no need there for Dream to face. He had his teammate, I believe it was Jacob or Roma, just watching the crossroom if they went to face Pip. Instead, though, Thomas in 1 versus 2. The bomb shall go down, so it's not looking too good for him in this situation.
Yeah, it's pretty bleak, to be honest, at this point. You can kind of have to count his chances and go, okay, well, you can try and do some damage, but maybe even just try and go find a rifle or something. There's not really, you know, too much you can do. If he pushes in through what is effectively going to be the crack here, it is just that. It's one where he's going to get split in from 2 sides, and eventually, cracks, well, they get fixed or they get broken, and we see the result right there.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he does go down. So 8 rounds already for the T side, and any more rounds they get here will be so good for them leading into their CT side. And CX now on the 5 rifles. You've seen the AWP on what, Thomas, Robin, and Karma this game. So everyone caught up apparently. But we're going to see no AWP as well onto the Kaz side, and they might even go for a fast lower tunnel, try and go for a B split here, and use those rifles for the close range engagements.
Looks like fast lower tunnels is a bit more of the deciding point of view for this T side as they get themselves that early control, but really not much they can do with it because CX they're heading up towards the upper B portion. To be honest, unless we see a face here, then things could be a bit more of a different story. But it is going to be that face. They get themselves a 1-4-1 trade. Now they shouldn't really face much. Let Robin fall back to that site and reposition as the T side.
So Dream was spotted with the bomb there as well, and they will have control of the upper tunnel, even though none of the T's players are there. They still have control of it. And Rezu now towards mid. That nade could just dunk out Dream, and
So close.
ricochets
Rezu
off
didn't
the
even
door.
need to.
And actually, he will go down anyway. Dream will face him, but Brody C pushes long and actually catches Ozzy off guard and takes him down. 2 versus 4. This could be the second rifle round now for CEX.
It's almost ridiculous in the way they've been able to approach this, but they're actually getting away with it. As now Rezu, he's just going to hold this angle, knows Brody over towards the top of mid. Jacob tries to catch him off guard and will at least do the job with that headshot. But even then, this CT side, they have so much information to work with.
Actually, MCK there taking out Karma Panger as well, but Brody C once again wins that duel from that backstab position, catches Jacob off guard, and now MCK in the 1 versus 2. Both these players are low spots. How was Robin with that? From behind, MCK has it. He has the bomb, and now he can go towards B.
MCK, a big fan of the easy ones at this point as he darts over towards that B site, and there is no one there to stop him. 23 HP on Brody, and well, he's over towards A. They guaranteed the bomb plant, and from there, well, anything is possible, especially when you have to add into the mix that MCK still perched on 100. Brody, 23. It's going to be a tough one to retake, but he does have that Molotov and flash.
But the problem is that smoke doesn't allow him any vision, so MCK could go towards tunnel, and Brody C would have no idea. Does have the Molotov and 2 flashes, might just flash himself through, or try and play the stealthy game. Actually, this might even work out for him.
If he gets away with this one, this could be perfect for MCK. Going to get the flick.
Oh, speak about those flick headshots he gets. Very, very nice aim there. Does take down Brody C. 9 rounds now.
How many times have we seen CX get broken just from an economic factor? Just something I really want to sell in this round.
They've won 2 rifle rounds and then lost the following round straight afterwards every single time. So we've seen them on pistols a lot.
Yeah, it's almost getting a bit repetitive at this point, and they've tried to kind of push it away. But unfortunately, there's only so much you can force when you have limited money, and they're left with a lot of nades, but still 357s, a scout and a FAMAS.
It's a game of rock, paper, scissors at this point, as Kaz opt to go up towards long, and CX, they go for the boost up short, but they've seen no one in mid, and that flash towards long might actually indicate which site they are going to.
See that giveaway, and we are seeing just such a huge stack from both of these sides.
Oh, this is going to be 5-on-5 brawl.
Yeah, this is just going to be a bloodbath from what it's setting up to be. As the T side, they are going to begin their push to flashes. They will go off. Can they be this blinding point of view, though, as it already is going to be MCK there to lead the charge. He's looking for that headshot. Will find it, but not before Rezu can do the damage, but it's the same elevated angle, one that is going to be expected as Ozzy.
Oh,
he's going to dismantle them, and Roma very swift with the headshots, leaving Thomas
that's a tilt.
to shake around. 1v4 with a scout. Well,
Yeah,
not gonna
no
count my
kit,
chances.
scout, no head armor as well. Doesn't really matter too much versus these. These AKs, but that's a nice headshot from Jacob. Takes down Thomas. 5-10. CX, they win the pistol, but they only win 2 rifle rounds. It's just not good enough, really. But one thing I did like to, one thing that I saw that I did like in the previous round, actually, or the round before that, was the double aggression towards tunnel. When they did it again, Rezu and Robin, they did it together. Yes, Rezu got traded out, but Robin tagged him up and held control of that part of the map, and we saw what happened then. Kaz had to reform their position and go back towards A, and they won that. Well, they actually lost that round, even with the backstab from Brody C, but just it seems like every single rifle round they win or they lose. It's just unfortunate scenes here for CEX. But actually, as I mentioned before, the confidence on the Kaz side, and they are opting in for this fast push towards short. And once they see no information, well, once they see nothing, that will grant them a lot of information. And Rezu, they're expecting the push. Maybe one of these players will walk into it.
and maybe they will just waltz on through and give him an ability to open up the round. But for now, nice and slow. Yet again, really a staple mark for these two teams. We are just seeing, of course, Broden and Robin still just hold and make sure that the CT side don't go too aggressive towards that B site. Something they did themselves in that first half, but MCK still perched towards short, very pushed on around, so this could be something that teams like could trade out, but if they go for an individual peak, that should be much more punishing and give the CT side not only an advantage, but some map control as Ozzy lands the headshot on towards Karma, and MCK now getting the prompt to begin the push.
Only one player A for the CT side, and unfortunately for them, the T's will be walking to the stackers. There's two players here. Roma from window. Will he get one? Yes, he can. Can he get any more? Thomas doesn't expect the reface and will go down. And actually, Robin Nasty gets one. If there's any chance of winning this round, he needs to get that kill right now because that's going to stop him from planting the bomb. As that player is still alive and poses such a big threat. But Ozzy on the flank will take him down. And now it's going to be the pistol going in favor of Kaz. 1-1 in terms of pistols. And it's 11-5. And right now for CX, they're pretty burnt out.
Yeah, they just can't quite get anything working, and losing that pistol round now, you know, Kaz, they have so much momentum to work on. If they can just follow up with this one and take those Tech 9s down, well, then they're pretty much set.
the force comes out, and CEX, if they do lose this and then the subsequent round after that, we could be looking at 13-5, and that point, trying to claw that back is going to be so difficult for them. But then again, it's still winnable. This is a Tech9 buy, and on Dust 2 is close range angles. The question is, will they opt for the B-split here?
Push coming out over towards mid, but this B-split, well, if it's going to take place, oh, it has to do something towards tunnels, because right now the CT side, they're pushing yet again, following the trademark of that first half, and they do it to success, but it's going to be the dive in all from one angle. On this fountain, well, it's coming up trumps, but eventually it's going to be MCK to be the man to mop things up. A 4K for him in this ground. Great work coming out from him, and Karma, well, we talk about the scouts. Such a tough one for him. Yes, he finds a tag, but oh, that's just clutching at straws.
So I mentioned before, once the T's take one part of the map, if you're the CT side, it's good to retake another part of the map. You see that mid is taken by the T's, that player goes down in CT spawn. And what is the initiative from the CT side on B? They opt to try and take control of tunnel, and once they have control of tunnel, they only have to look one way. And that means MCK and Jacob can both, can both spread out those players as they come through doors and window.
This follow-up from CX is looking like it's just going to be shaking up to just try and brute force their way out through long. And well, the problem with brute forcing, it takes time and it's a difficult task. And well, they at least will get themselves an attempt at a crack and it gets them a frag. But it's looking like it could be about it. Is Brody going to keep up the pressure? They won't least let him just another on towards Ozzy. But it is going to be just two, and eventually, same old mop-up. Robin getting an extended period to tap on away, so a bit of a mistake from Cal. But even then, keeping two alive, the Famises, at this point, they're not complaining. It's 13-5.
Yeah, their money doesn't really matter too much. What I want to see now is Brody C's been so good with the pistols, such good aim with the pistols. He always seems to get a frag in these rounds. Can he carry it through into this buy round? 4 rifles on both sides. The Famas though onto Jacob. But anyway, double op setup now. Not double op setup, but 2 ops in this round, 1 on each side. How will Karma Panga play with his T-side op? Will he play aggressive? Or will he walk into Dream Scope?
You certainly raised the question. Now we're just looking for the result as Roma. He's going to go aggressive over towards long. Yet again, the aggression being just another key part of this round, as it's just going to be Roma going absolutely haywire. Finds himself 2, but Rezo and Karma, they find the trade. But Dream with the AWP finds another 2 yet again. That CT side, they are hammering this one home, and CX, they just can't quite cope.
It's just a mess for CX's side. No one's covering each other's backs, and you see what happens. Roma pushes in from one side, takes 2 frags. Dream pushes from the other side, gets another 2 frags. CX, they're not playing as a team. There's no flash for the CTs there. Just easy pickings for them. Players walk into their crosshairs, not even looking at them, and now they have to force SMGs. We could see the B-rush coming out here. I don't want to call it a tilt call, but definitely not one where you put much thought into it.
I would call it less of a tilt call, more of a,
So
this is the last
early.
resort. This is them just trying to...
Oh yeah, for sure.
They need something at this point, but what they need is apparently a whole lot of lead inserted into their brains, as they are going to be walking into a crossfire. Please, CEX, make it stop. They will at least try and hold off the wounds. But Dream, he's with the AWP. He did in the last round. He gets the no-scope. He pushes through doors. Karma is going to respond, but it's a 1v2. The bomb's dropped in the smoke. The push, it's coming in again. The flash is going to be so blinding. There's nothing he can do. Ozzy, he will win the round. Kaz, so aggressive. Dream with the AWP. He's been a monster.
Honestly, I expected so much more from CX tonight. This is only the first game, and actually it is the Kaz pick, so I can't really say too much. But just in terms of firepower, you see the difference of when you see how much they're lacking when they don't have Cinder, their star rifler, and then Smooya, their star AWP. Once they're not there, I don't want to say it feels lifeless, but it just feels like there's so much confusion.
And again, they're going for that last resort. This time an aggressive push out towards A, and it will at least be going a little bit smoother for them this time around, because a 1-for-1 trade is not, a complete whitewash where they fall off the wagon and can't quite, come back from it. But the same sort of point of view, where do they go from this now? Do they fall back? Do they go for this delayed push? Because we're seeing Dream, a man who, as mentioned, has been unstoppable, just holding the angle. So for CX to fall back, I actually think betters their odds.
Well, for the T side, right now they are on a 10-round deficit, so they're probably instead doesn't really play too much into this. But if you're the T side right now, you just want to play nice and slow. The reason I was talking about the 10-round lead is the confidence on Kaz. When you're 10 rounds ahead, of course you're going to push for information. You don't really care too much. Ozzy, though, will he win this duel versus Kamapanga? Kamapanga is the AWP, but the headshot comes out from Ozzy. And as I was just saying there, Kaz, they're feeling so confident and comfortable right now with their lead. They will eventually push. That's why CX opted to play slow, but the aim duel goes in favor of Ozzy. He does take him down now. Jacob, a nice easy frag as Rezu walks into his scope.
We talked about wanting to see a turret in the 4th round. Well, it's not quite the 4th, it is the 21st, but this could be the one that does it all for Kaz as they get it 16-5. Great stuff from them, keeping it nice and quick. And with CX, first map, yeah, not their map pick, but still for me, not quite living up to expectations. I wanted those double digits. I wanted a close and competitive performance across the entirety of this series. But this pits us in, well, now, with CX, how do they come back from this from a momentum and mentality point of view?
Well, obviously, that is the pick coming out from Kaz, so in their heads they might be thinking, you know what, lads, we are a mix. I don't know, this is the thing, they knew Cinder wouldn't be here in advance. So they have one, they know that they have one substitute. The question is the Smooya thing, all the visa stuff going on. It was so hard to know if he was going to be playing tonight. So I don't really think. I'm not
We
sure.
didn't know if he was coming or going, did he?
Yeah,
He was kind of baiting around on Twitter, but
What I'm
wasn't
trying to
really
say
fair.
is, CX, they might have played, one practice scrim, and it could have just been Mirage. So we're not too sure. Obviously, they could be going into this completely dry, and if they are, then I really hope they show something better, because Mirage, on a map like this, you're going to see individual players coming out from the T side, especially towards mid, and you've got MCK there, Aussie, such great aimers. They're going to be ripping apart the CT side from CEX. I want to see at least 9 rounds or so on the CEX T side if they want any chance of winning this.
Well, you talked about the T side. You really kind of amped that up. If we're talking T side to CX, we keep talking about this slow style, this slow, very almost kind of just well thought out together. Clinical was the buzzword that we've used throughout this week, and it has summed up these teams quite well. If they can't get that going, they can't get those picks, and they just keep on losing these individual duels, how are they even going to begin getting 3, let alone 9?
Well, you talk about first picks, and that's where Smooya Zorp comes in. You see he plays so aggressive, always plays a different part of the map, but unfortunately, you've got, I don't want to say unfortunately, that sounds quite harsh, but in terms of caliber of AWPers, Karmapanga isn't quite up there with Smooya, and you can see the difference there, just not in terms of first picks, but positioning. Doesn't play the same confidence. Smooya's playing B, A, mid, somewhere else every single time. Karmapanga, well, the problem is, again, I can't say Karmapanga because there's 3 AWPers, but they weren't playing different parts of the map. They're playing A and mid. There was no AWP towards B for the CT side, and Kaz, they just clinically took that first T half on Dust 2, and that was on their T side as well. Dream with his AWP as well, going up short and just getting those 1 versus 1s and winning them and allowing them to have the sights. CX, they need a lot more gun rounds if they want to take this one.
Okay, so we talked about Kaz and we talked about that AWP, but for me, I mentioned this a couple times in the cast itself, but I want to talk about this in kind of the post-match point as well. Their trading and their overall team play felt very, very solid for a team who haven't necessarily got too much together. It was, well done.
It was well done, but that's because as well they were playing fast and they were playing together. So they were playing fast, they were playing together. Sorry, they had the producer in my ear. We're playing fast, we're playing together, and you look at a team like Virtus Pro as well. Whenever they play their T side, they are so close knitted together, always there for the refrags. And Kaz, obviously these are a team of friends. These guys have been playing together for a long time. I think of MCK, Aussie, Dream, Roma, take out Jacob. They've been playing together for a very long time, and they're very comfortable together. So they play together a lot, and that allows good trades, good communication, and just little things like 2 people dropping towards CT. The refrags come out really, really fast, and we are going to be hopping to a break.
Yeah, we'll be right back with you very, very soon. But in the meantime, don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone. 2 really weird things have happened this week. First, I signed this legally binding contract and got paid a load of money to advertise games deals. And then, literally, a couple of days after that, I managed to get NBA 2K17 for the low price of $34.99 on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One at Game, saving £15. Crazy days.
Hello, hello, hello. Back again. Second map of the first best of 2 of tonight. That's going to be Kaz and CEX. First map, Dust 2. 16-6 was it, or 16-7?
It was a brutalization either way.
Yeah, basically.
16-6, I think it was.
And those rounds as well from CX were individual plays from players on the pistols, and not really the rounds which you think are repeatable and, you know, you can stack... Jesus
Well, every time they want to
Christ.
buy,
Stack
they lost.
strats off of. I mean, one thing people talk about is consistency, especially in the rifle rounds, and how that bodes into tacticians and how they can think about the rounds. I mean, if you know that a player can always get a frag at a certain point in the map, or you know trades are good in the team, allows for so much more advanced strategies to come out from a team. And you look at Kaz, the trades in the previous game were so good, and hopefully they can carry that forward.
We certainly can hope, as it is going to be the setup beginning to really take shape. Of course, the knife round, Mirage, not quite a coin flip, actually has a level of importance to it.
Yeah, I mean, usually looking at what, 9-6 in favour of the CT side, 8-7 usually. But the T side's quite strong, especially on this map, Mirage. So, which team won that? CX won the pistol, probably going to start on their CT side, and Mirage CT side, even though the T side, such a big AWP map, and whichever player goes toward mid, that will usually bode as to which player is AWPing, and based off that we can talk and touch a little bit on that. But Dream, very good Mirage AWPer.
Yeah, I'm excited for Dream in general, to be honest. I think
Yep.
Mirage aside, just as an AWPer, as a player, even, very
Has been
talented.
quite quiet in the previous Masters games, but in that previous match, playing very, very well. And yes, CX starting on their CT side, and it's going to be three sets of armor, Brody. Jesus
it's
Christ, it's not alive. Oh my God, gentlemen.
There they had to.
Now we go. Karma Panger with the nades. We could see him go towards A, smoke off ramp, and then nade once the attack comes out. Even smoke off B, not too sure yet. So 4 sets of armor as well on the CX side, and that's actually the deagle for Dream, so they could go for the mid, take care of that deagle, try and let them the first frag.
If they can find that first frag, it will open things up for them, but it comes down to can they actually connect the shot. That's what they're looking for, and well, for Robin, he gets himself the answer. We'll be able to find the frag on towards Dream, and in terms of the rest of the setup, it's that bulk over towards B, and well, sometimes bulking up, it can be a difficult and very tenuous process, and one that doesn't
Oh, that nade.
into all the flash is going to pop off. They should be able to be blinding, but the double peek from CX lets them so much information. But can they crossfire as Jacob flies out towards bench? And the T side, they actually come up trumps with their own mini crossfiring themselves. The peek from a shot from Thomas, it's not quite enough. As Brody man to find the picks, but Thomas with a bit more of a ladder round effect.
Brody C just allows Roman to walk into his crosshair there. That smoke coming out from Karma Panger was so bad because it allows the T's to push up, and they can walk through it, and it's so much harder to headshot them instead as if they're running. And what that caused was Kaz managed to get out of B-apps immediately, and once they're on the site, it's close range duels. It made it so easy for them to take that round. Not that round, but that bomb site. But the fast retake there from CX nets them that first round, and they won the first pistol on the last map. The question is, I know they're good at pistols, I want to see them carry it through their rifles.
And if they can carry it through, that would be ideal, as it is going to be that quick 1-for-1. But nothing too crazy just yet. I'm just waiting for Kaz to really bite the bullet and decide, you know what, we're going to push now, we're going to try and make this work, because the smoke will fade. He's already playing very, very close. Now, this is a bit of a double-edged sword for him, because he's got the SMG, so certainly wants to be up close, but in the same regard, the Tech-9s, they work better for those quick snapping headshots, and well, it's going to tingle on the way as it will land. On the D side, they have this sight on the racks.
No kits as well for the CT side, so it's going to be a fast retake once it comes in, and the man advantage in Kaz. If they can just play the refrags, play the trades, play it smart. Dream now the deal gets a nice headshot to Karma Panger. Can he get another one? Yes, he can. There's 2 headshots for him. 1 versus 4 now. And that's just thinking, where the hell are my teammates gone? And now the push will come into connector. He will go down. The 1-for-1 comes out, and CEX, they needed that round.
For me, CX, all that comes to mind is, well, all around them were familiar places, and that was about it. You can get the gist from the rest of the song, as it was a pretty mad world for them and very reminiscent of the past.
Yes, exactly. So, only 1 rifle, SMGs, actually FAMAS as well onto MCK, picked that up from the CT side, but it's going to be the force strike coming from CEX, and actually no, they're not opting to play aggressive here, instead going to go for a heavy stack towards A, play a connector, play a mid, and then 2 players playing on the A side. And actually, if one of these players hides, the T's might think this is a retake, and that player that is camping behind default might actually catch some T's off guard.
Yeah, that surprise factor is a bit of a different element, and one that could be very helpful going into this round. But yet again, it's going to be CX just waiting, and a similar story for Kaz as a Molotov. He's going to go off, and some more utility to be expended here, there, and a bit of everywhere, to be honest. They haven't really quite set their heart out on exactly what the focus point of this A site is going to be. Nonetheless, the push is going to begin. A Molotov like gets it out there, to slow them down somewhat. The elevated angle from Roman nets them a frag, and Bacon over towards Thomas. Well, gets another to add to the tally. Thomas tries to respond, but not really getting too much done, leaving it down to the rotators.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what can happen here unless they can walk into the crosshairs of the CTs. That's just what's happened. Rezu takes down Aussie, and now CK trying to spray and push towards stairs, and does take down Rezu. The trade does come out, 1 versus 3. One of these players is low though. If you can find the one body shot onto Roma, it's a 1 versus 2, there's a chance.
Well, it's a chance, but again, touching at scores almost. Tries to go for the headshot, eventually landed on towards Dream. The HP is ever so low, the nade. Just on top of that box, which will mean it does a bit more limited damage. But even then, Alex, that bomb's ticking away. It's not going to stop. Robin, he's got to go.
Yeah, but the T's are clumped up. They are playing very close together. They can get one, he can get the other one potentially, but instead Roma wins that. Nice headshot there. He is low HP, so one shot from that deagle would have taken him down. But instead, Kaz win the force buy that came towards them. That was from CEX, and this is the thing. CEX previously on their gun rounds were just chaotic, not playing together. They're going to go for the full save here. Obviously just pistols and some USPs as well, so they are full saving. Let's take a look at the money if we can, actually, seeing if there will be an AWP onto the next round, but I don't think there will be. And actually, Brody C potentially being able to, yeah, he will. So there will be an AWP. Question is, who do the CTs throw it to?
Yeah, certainly a bit of an interesting question, and one that we will soon get ourselves our answer. Of course, it would be nice to see if Robin can do some work calmer as well, you know, and whip that out. It does feel like they have the ability to throw it around though, so it is almost a bit of a curveball question in itself.
But Robin Nasty did go mid on that pistol round, so we're probably going to be seeing him with the AWP. We saw Jenko play Mirage mid yesterday, playing it so well, playing so aggressive. And if you're CX right now, you want aggression from your AWP because you want the first picks, and that's what they're used to playing with.
Yeah, if they can get those first picks, it sets them up, but if they can't, they seem to be struggling. That was the trend of the last, and
especially their retakes.
So far in this, a bit of a following trend, of course. I don't really want to get too far ahead of ourselves, because they've been able to do some damage. It's going to be, you know, seeing really a lot of buy rounds, you know, once we get to that kind of 3 or 4 marker, as we get into maybe our 9th or 10th round, that's where we can really begin to kind of get the narrative for this game. For now, it's a moneymaker for Kaz. The damage has still been inflicted for CX, and I think that's at least a solid point for the CT side.
Yeah, solid point, but the money for Kaz, they've got bomb plants in these rounds, and the question isn't all about money right now. It's about the AWP that is going into the CT's hands, and how will they use it? Will Dream opt to try and battle that other AWP in mid, or will he go towards A and B, catch a jumping, spotting player towards B, or maybe go pallet and try and pick that player towards stairs, or will he go towards mid and try to take control that way?
What do you think is the better option?
Oh, mid for sure. Mid for sure. Top mid smoke, maybe push through that, push short, peek window, peek towards connector, jump down, go into connector, try and find if there's any players playing inside connector. If not, peek towards short that way and try and find the first frag.
Well, we'll talk about it, but it doesn't actually come into fruition. It's going to be 5 flat rifles. Kaz on the flip side, they do have Dream, and well, he gets to really run riot because the rifle's the only thing that's going to contest the CX. They make use of them. They go aggressive towards ramp. They get themselves some information, and they leave Brody there just to always be this lingering guy just sitting around in the shadows. If he can catch someone off guard, it could be perfect for the CT side.
I believe Roma would have heard that push. He is probably going to be expecting a player here close to him. This gives a lot of information for both sides, and actually Rezu hit short, tagging up Jacob. That nade does connect. That's going to be the first frag for CEX, and this is what they need in the rifle round. The first frag, can they bring this into fruition and take the 2-3?
Look at this position from Brody. We
That's
talked
what I
about it at the start of the round. Can he do it? Well,
no.
They expect it. You read it like a book, and they do just that. They get themselves that pick. So now it's going to be back to an even standing point, and very smart from Kaz to not just decide, okay, let's push on towards A. They know that there is going to be someone in that fast rotate spot, and in this case, Robin over towards connector, and they know they have 50 seconds, most importantly.
Aussie as well. I wouldn't say he was lurking, but actually you could say so. Is playing that position towards Delpan unexpected. He will expect some CTs playing for information towards mid, but actually Kaz hit. Kaz Dream even with the AWP towards B. Actually does shoot the AWP, and this is so important because where the AWP goes is usually where the team goes.
Yeah, and well, you're certainly right about that one as the push. It will begin to take formation. MCK yet again the man to lead the charge. There's nothing too crazy taking place there. He gets the shoulder peek on towards Robin, but they don't check the angle from Rezu, and that's not only one frag, but gives the opportunity for the rest of his team to set up in such a nice manner. And one by one, Kaz, he will fall.
All it took was Dream there, shooting his AWP while flashed, and that telegraphed everything that was happening from the Kaz side, and CEX. They get the information, they rotate, and actually unfortunate timings there for Aussie and mid as Thomas did win that duel, and it's going to be 2-3, the first rifle round, even though Brody C did die towards ramp. Kaz, they get cold feet and up to try and maybe overthink themselves and went back towards B. Robin Nasty, though, he is the AWP towards mid, and with no top mid smoke does come down, so let's see if the team's going to take control of mid and try and find the first strike that way.
Forcing man, but he's just so out of position, it feels like there's no one there to actually help, and the smokes and overall just on the C side just makes it, well, feel easy.
1 man advantage already for Kaz. 1 minute 25 on the clock, so they can play slow. They can play for another pick. Maybe Brody C might try and push Ramp or push Palace, and if he does, he will fall. And if he does fall, they can just go towards that site. But we could see smokes coming out, or maybe just an A ramp contact.
Among all of the negativities of them losing that initial pick, one thing they have done is do some damage. You have to mention MCK and Dream, 8 and 33 HP on this push. That will play a lot into it.
Yeah, but those players should be playing close towards the front, and those are the players you want to be traded.
Now that's where things really do get to be a little bit more of a advanced yet difficult prospect. Was that push we talked about? Here it is. They are beginning to group on up.
Oh, the timing.
So close, right down to a tether. We were waiting for it. We set ourselves up. We were right on the cusp of our seats. But it doesn't quite happen. The nades, they are going to go down. So damage. But are they bound on that side?
One of the weapons they have on this retake is an AWP, and when 3 of those players are low, you do not want the AWP, and Karmapanga now towards CT. It's not smoked, it's not being covered. Can he get some kills? He gets 1, doesn't quite get the respray. And the trade comes out, MCK wins that 2 versus 4, the AWP, and no kit, they have to play this fast. Rezu finds another one, 2 of these players are low.
This is where the HP really plays into things with the angle. It's going to be held by Ozzy. He's over towards Sandwich, finds the frag on towards Rezu, and now falls down to Robin. Yes, he's got himself a pistol. Back up for the sidearm as that AWP, but it's going to get nothing done either way. And a quick trade is what will end the round. Kaz.
Brody C once again playing on default site, and Roma wins the duel once the flash comes out. The thing is, they had the AWP towards stairs, another player playing towards stairs. Two of your teammates are playing retake, yet you are on the site. If you are the CT side playing towards A, you need to play together, players in unison. If you're playing afterplant, retake, play CT stairs. Instead, they have Brody C alone on site and loses his life to Roma. The fast aggression does get himself that first frag. This is the point now where the T's can get the refrags, and if they can, go back to the side. But actually, MCK does get the trade onto Brody C, so nothing too crazy coming out, but it's the 2 versus 2.
So much damage on Robin. He's looking to get the timing to work. He gets the initial dink, and I'm not quite sure how they actually get away with it.
The
but they
bondage
do.
ramp as well.
Yeah, everything has just pretty much been handed to him. It's just, birthday came early.
Yes, it did. So Robin and Karma. Robin with the weapon swap, but no armor, so he sprays down 1. He's going to get both of them. Sprays down 1. Can he get the second? Can he get the first dink? And yes, he can. Not dink, but the first bullet applies the aim punch, and once the aim punch kicks in, it's so hard for him to win, and he got dinked. Well, the aim punch came in, the second shot did not connect, and actually wins that 1 versus 2.
This time, there is something that really sets, and it's much more obvious.
Money, yeah.
The economics of them just getting knocked down that hard, it plays into what they can bring to the table. It's certainly going to be something that sits with them in the future, and it means that now this round is very much all or nothing for them.
Not in the future. Look at Ozzy there with the Deagle, but here comes the fast aggression in mid from the CT side. Brody will be sprayed down, and that Deagle I was talking about gets a headshot onto Kamapanga. Dream with the AWP as well, completely shuts down this mid aggression. CEX, what did I just witness?
Kaz, the past, the present, or the future now, it's all looking but plentiful as Thomas and Rezu, the last 2 men left remaining, and if they can't do some damage, Kaz, they've gone from a bit of a risky one off the back of the amount of damage to be inflicted, now to, well, yet again sitting tight in their mansions, just going, okay guys, well, we had a couple of wounds here and there, but we can just lick them all up and run away very victorious. There's a 5-2 scoreline, potentially soon to be 6-2, but Thomas and Rezu, not let this one go easily.
Being the solo play on the A side is so hard. It's Sandwich, Connector and Ramp and Palace gets the first strike, but once again, Robo from Palace takes down that player on default with the trade. Rezu here needs to save.
I love the way that you sum up all of those positions, because it basically just highlights just how difficult it's going to be, because it's so recurring. There are just so many different positions. They're all going to come at you biting, and eventually one of them, it's going to snap your head off, and that's what takes place, and it leaves Rezu, well, as you mentioned, he's got to save. He's going to run for the hills.
The thing is, the mid push comes up from CX. They haven't got an AWP, so they want to take control of mid with the rifles. Problem is, nobody's watching the short push. And that allows Ozzy with the Deagle to kill that player in window, as he is focused on the right side of the back boxes. He goes down, and once he goes down as well, another player fell, and Dream with his AWP gets that final kill, that third kill in towards mid, and that pretty much seals the deal into that round, as Jacob Connector does die, but gets traded out instantly by Roma. And we're now looking at Kaz sitting on 6 as the 4-round lead, and CEX, I mentioned they need a few rounds on their CT side, but it's not really looking too good for them.
Early on into this map, we mentioned that kind of 9th, 10th round and say we would look towards this and kind of use this as the benchmark to go back over the CX side and talk about what they've been able to do with these rifles. What are the problems? Is it still that that same clear narrative, the consistent problem?
The consistent problem being
that they haven't just been able, once they've even got picks, they're just not able to do anything with them yet again.
I mean, the thing is, mid control is so important, but we can talk about that a little bit later. They're fast and furious. They'll take that 1. Actually, Roma as well, but another frag. Push from B short through that smoke does define Dream. He will go down, but this round, once sealed as that player does fall, and now Jacob can just get 2 nice and easy kills, but actually Karmapang of the Orb might catch a player off guard here. It's 1. Will he be traded out? Yes. Will he? Yeah, want to use that M4, mate. Let's take him down. So, as we were talking before, CEX, they do not have control of mid. So yes, they do buy and they do have rifles, but the AWP is useless if it's not watching the right angles, and you see what happens from Kaz. When they take mid, they play it together, but they're not even playing that aggressive. It feels like it's always CEX peeking into them, especially from connector. I think Thomas has died twice from peeking connector, but over-facing.
Yeah, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing them get some picks across the site, but towards mid, it's just almost this black void
that's
where
the problem.
nothing can happen. Either way, let's see this time around, can they make a change? It's going to be the connector and window face. It's going to be somewhat delayed as Thomas swings in towards short. This 3-man mid setup. So far, so good. Aussie, the first in line to fall.
MCK as well. Brody Steele, the off angle, hasn't played this just yet. For once, he's not on the default site on A, so this is good. Readjustment from him, hopefully catching one of these T players off guard, and MCK mid. Can expect Thomas on short, so Dream with his AWP as well. This could be hard for him to find a pick because Thomas is holding that off angle. This is a very smart repositioning from him.
Oh, again, it comes down to...
Oh my god,
Dream.
what is that?
How does he know, let alone hitting the shot? Ridiculous stuff. Dream, ladies and gentlemen, eat your hearts out. I have no idea how he gets away with it, but he does, and there is no way for CX to punish that. There's nothing they
I've never
can do.
seen that before. I have never, ever seen that before.
MCK might as well just start the wallbang here, now that is... Well, that certainly does set the tone of how things are going so far. Going to be looking for that pick on towards Brody. Jokes aside, and he gets it.
Jesus Christ, I've never seen that shot before. I mean, yes, I know you can wallbang that wall, but I've never seen someone actually take a player down from there. And Rezu here, playing fireboxes. Jacob, though, will he win the duel unless Robin will walk and just cross it? Yes, he will. So Robin falls, and that's Rezu to try and take down 1 or 2 more of these players. Guess 1. He needs to find another one. If there's any chance of CX winning this, finds another one. Low HP onto Jacob. Unfortunately, Jacob will take him down. And now it's Karmapang out. This is very winnable.
Yeah, just the HP of Jacob alone doesn't certainly set the pace of things, and the 1v1 is going to be taken, but MCK's still going to win it. And I've got to say, I want to go back to that shot, because I feel like that's going to be a safe mark. Unbelievable, but did he even peek, or did he just know?
No, he just randomly wallbanged him, just as you do.
Yeah, he just...
So I think, okay, maybe in his head, this is what he's thinking is, yeah? He smoked off the whole house entrance, and Thomas is like, oh, I'm smoked off, I'm going to have to reposition, expects to reposition after he smokes it. That's the only way I can logically think about it.
So smart.
Well, unless it's just a random wallbang, as you do. But I don't think it's, that's the only logical way I can think about it.
Either way, insanity. How does CX come back from this now? Because they are getting
demolished. Absolutely demolished. And this is the CEX mapping as well. Party, let's get the refrag, but CEX, they have armor, but they haven't actually bought into the round, and this is important because leading into this next one, so far, on both these sides, I'd say the AWP hasn't really had that much impact. Usually the first frag is from a rifle, and it's from early aggression.
So here's a talking point for you.
Double AWP setup?
Yeah, you talk about the AWPs having no impact. Well, if one doesn't work, get 2 apparently seems to be the thought process for the CT side.
Be short AWP, and then the AWP towards mid. This could work, actually, because you have Dream going towards Delpan often, and does peek towards short. Maybe Thomas can catch him off guard, but actually opts to go toward mid. Probably have the better spawn there. Not too much to talk about here.
He drops down towards underpass though, and that is a point in itself because he gets the frag on towards JKM, but Aussie through the smoke on towards Thomas. Robin over towards connector, just going to be holding the cross, but he misses the shot. You've really got to hit those. That's the problem. It's now Dream. He gets the waltz from ramp. There's no one there, just waiting to face him. The close angle is going to be held by Brody. Robin swings up from stairs, and well, he lands a shot that counts. But if he didn't, that could have been disastrous. But even then, now the adaptation. Oh, from Cam.
Missed the easy ones, hit the hard ones. That is the flush shoot off of life, and actually Roma here from Palace gets another frag. And Brody C falls. It feels like Roma always has Brody C's number, but that gap in that stair smoke could play dividends. But instead, Aussie that refaces and actually catches Robin off guard, but actually doesn't manage to get the frag. It's going to be Robin taking down Aussie, 2 versus 2.
This was my concern, Kaz. They had so much opening ability on towards the site because now they're actually
1 HP.
on the site. Robin, 1 HP, just a number so uncomfortable, and now 1 HP is all they've got left. He needs to try and land something. Doesn't quite get the spot out just the edge of that head, and that leaves him just holding his angle. This one, he's waiting to see if Roma is just going to tap further to his left, but it's not going to happen. Kaz, they're playing very, very passively in this situation.
There's no need for them to peek as well. Absolutely no need for them to peek. They know he has an AWP. They know that he has to peek into them. MCK, good timing there, catches Robin off guard as he unscopes. So 10-2, and I mentioned Kaz having a good T side, but I didn't expect it to be this good.
I don't think anyone did. I've got nothing left. I'm all out.
Yes, this is the problem right now as well for CEX, as they are on another dodgy shoddy buy. And this is the problem as well. It's 2-10. They're going to half by hit, allow it to go to 2-11. And their goal here is to try and make this 11-4.
Does this remind you of the first map by any chance? It feels like it does.
I feel like CX had more of a fighting chance in the first map because they actually won the pistol. Instead, though, they did not win the pistol, and instead, they are looking at an 8-round deficit already, and only 13 rounds in. That's not what you want.
Kaz, well, they've rung the number of the B site, and well, it's responded and said, here, come and get me. More than happy to be picked on up, and there's no one here to try and stop you. And that's exactly what comes up. And Jacob from behind, he's just going to pretty much let it rip. Some easy headshots to be found, no response to even be attempted, and
Where's Brody C looking? What are you doing?
he knows. That's the thing about that. That's such a stinging factor, because he knows there are players pushing him from behind, but he's tunnel visioning on towards the site, trying to get the best of the situation. Robin, he gets to do some damage with the pistol, but that's about
Tunnel
it.
visioning. Brody C tunnel visioning. That is the Brody C I know. Love the guy, but sometimes, mate, you have to look around you. And unfortunately for him, he does fall along with 2 other players, and Jacob there with the backstab sprays down 3 players. 11-2. This round, 3 orbs. My goodness. If you can't win it with 1, get 2. If you can't win it with 2, get 3.
That's apparently how maths works, right? Just keep on adding the number and eventually it will work. Well, I don't even know anymore because Thomas is going aggressive, but he gets the pick. Karma with another. So CX, they come out with a triple orb.
The problem for them wasn't getting the first picks. They had first picks in other buy rounds. The problem was that they lost them in the mid round. And right now, Jacob, if he wins this, 4 versus 3, 2 orbs left. So if you get the bomb site, you have to retake with 2 orbs.
Something that's sitting right in the forefront of my brain right now is Rome. He's just going to be able to walk on out, and he gets away with it. He walks out through the smoke. He gets 1. He gets the second. Mistakes are made. Brody, he's living life by the minute. 40 degrees in front of him, and that is about it, as it's going to be a 3v2. The time ticking on away, soon to be adjusted off the back of that bomb going down. And it's a double orb retake on the A site.
2 versus 3, and both of these orbs are going to have to try and retake the A site. And Karma Panga whiffs 2 shots, 3 shots now. Will go down to Roma. Roma nasty with no kick, can't even injure if he tried. And Jean would shoot towards stairs, but does not connect. And Robin here thinking, what the hell has just happened here?
This is just another round.
So, what I was about to say, sorry to interrupt you there. This is what I was about to say before the round unfolded was 3 orbs does not fix the solution that CEX need. They had first picks. I mentioned before, they keep getting the first pick. They lose the 4 versus 5 in the mid round, and you saw what happened. 3 versus 5 in the mid round, they throw away their frags, throw away their lives, and then equalize the numbers. And the 2 orbs again in the retake, useless.
It's almost getting just a bit dull and repetitive about the fact that CX, the same thing keeps working for them, but then they throw away in the exact same spots. However, this time they don't get that first pick, as they are just getting it yet again. Well, fought the tango, but one that is not too pretty and pretty damn embarrassing to look at this point. As CX, a 2v5, feels like really is nothing they can do.
Yeah, not really too much they can do with the rifles, especially not even rifles, the pistol, the deagle, that. And he does fall 13-2. Well, I mean, imagine if CX won the pistol, this could be 10-5 again. So you take out the CX CT pistol on the first map, and we're looking at the same similar performance from Kaz on their T side in the rifle rounds.
Well, that comes down to if they actually win those rounds, though. And right now, 13-2, winning. That's a pretty tough statement I've not said in a little while for CX.
Yeah, and you got to look at the frags as well. Karma Panga 4 for 14, not the best showing from him.
It's going to be difficult, though, because they're just getting, once they get these picks, Karma not so much in that same sort of regard, but once they get them, things just get so difficult for them. And we're talking of pick, Stream tapped away and gets it in mid.
Yeah, I don't really know what I'm thinking right now from CEX. And actually the bait setup here, they're not going to be expecting Aussie playing balcony, and they're not looking at his face. Gets 1, can he get another one? Gets traded out, but it's fine because Roma with the refrag takes down Robin.
Dream from behind, though. He could pretty much end this round, but Karma is going to try and find it. He will flick on up and does a fair bit of damage, but is it actually going to be enough? As now Dream charging on in. And it's going to happen. MCK a headshot on towards Robin. 14-2. CX.
That could be the nail in the coffin. That definitely could be. I mean, if they won the pistol, we could be looking at what? 5-13? 5-13 is very, very bleak, but still a chance, I guess, if you're the T side and break the CT economy. But at this point, I don't really see too much light at the end of the tunnel for CEX. And they do go for the Tech 9 buy. Could be smoke stay. Actually, no, they have no smoke, so they're about to just walk out into a blender of this Mag 7 from MCK.
This shotgun right now, it could pretty much just decimate them as it finds the first. Now looking for the second, 1 by 1. Why don't you just line up CX? Just let it happen at this point, because I don't know why you're going solo. This is not the Counter-Strike we know and love from you guys. You've got the talent. You know this is not the way to approach things. 1v1.
Yeah, fair to say they've given up. Unfortunately for them, it is going to be 15-2, and
I feel like we have to address this right now.
No
Because I don't
pause as
want
well in both of those.
even away from the pauses, that's just a dying point right now that we've discussed all week, and it's never always been the same outcome. For me, it's not like CX don't have talent. It's not like they're underdogs. We know they're better than this, but things just don't seem to be working for them tonight.
Then again, you could. I think a very stagnant point is the fact that they are a mix at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it definitely shows. But the problem is, if you're a mix, you usually see a stronger showing on the CT side. What that says to me is that Kaz are just more individually skilled.
Well, hey ho, we've already had a player not from the server. Thomas,
Oh, he's left.
He's out of here. He knows it's going to be bit by bit things coming on in. Redu and Robin, they are going to be putting up a bit of a fight, and Thomas, maybe you should think about just tapping open that console and reconnecting, because Roma a 1v2.
Honestly though, even if he does win this, I don't think Thomas will reconnect. Let's be real here. Don't want to say he's frustrated, but maybe a little bit, annoyed at the situation here. 15-2. The bomb has been planted, and Roman out low HP. Roman Asti on 3 HP as well. Maybe if you take some Reggie here, you can win this.
Keeps coming in from Connector, but CX, they will get away with the win, and now my eye is drawn towards Thomas. Is he actually going to come back and help his team?
No pause. I'm not too sure. Pause comes out. Does he join back?
I feel like if they paused, he's got it, right?
Well, I'm reading the chat right now. I'm beyond tilted. Just go.
Oh, that's been said.
Yeah.
Can't really come back from that one.
Oh, they are turning their Counter-Strike back on. That's something.
Yeah.
Seeing Thomas and Co loading up their Counter-Strike. Let's see what happens. But at this point, I'm not too sure. Actually, we're live. We are live. We are live.
Oh,
Oh,
no, we're
paused
not.
again.
We're not. It's all about juggling.
Jesus Christ.
They don't quite know what they want to do. And I feel like the call has been made that he has loaded in.
There we go. I mentioned he's on CS and he's in the server. So now we can go unpaused. Thank God. So, scout for Thomas. Joins the server, insta buys a scout. Where's he going to go with that? Just going to peek mid and die to the orb, probably. Oh, there's no actually. Where's the money for Kaz?
Oh, the things have been close. I think that's something that's been almost overlooked.
I completely forgot that Sex won the last round.
Yeah,
Ooh,
things have
that's
always
a
been
nice
close
shot.
as well. So you talk about him dying in mid. Well, the only one dying is going to be Dream.
So far, anyway, into this round, and Brody C, will he win that duel? Yes, he will. That's going to go down, but Roma had his number in that last half.
Find at least one on towards Thomas with the Deagle, but it's going to be pretty tough. They have themselves 2 rifles. Ozzy, they had a good start here there, and well, CX, they will close it out. Kaz being pushed back bit by bit.
So, goodbye coming out. Will Kaz force buy this? No, they're going to go for the save, and they want the orbs and the utility, and they just want to close this one out. Don't want to do some stupid force buys and make it, 6-15, and CX, there's potential to get 9 rounds if you break the CT economy, but at this point, it is still looking very, very bleak for them. The players publicly saying that they are tilted and so forth, so not really expecting too much mental fortitude going into this one. You need a lot of mental fortitude to win a game when it's 15-4.
Well, not only that, but you do have the one that comes with it. Can they hit the shot? So far, Ozzy looks himself at least 2 with the pistol. With the rifles, they are the mops that are just going to keep on scrubbing away at these floorboards. Pretty damn squeaky clean, but Roma could begin to spill the bucket.
No armor though. Even though he plays the low HP, but actually Dream catches Renzi off guard, and now the spray comes off a Kamapanger, takes down that player. Actually, no, he doesn't. I thought he did. Dream's on 7 HP.
Yeah, he gets away by the skin of his teeth, and now the most important thing is Karma. He has to push for the bomb, which Roma, he's waiting for, but backed up by that Dream. They're coming in for the crossfire. That smoke fading should be a perfect timing. Karma finds the first, but Dream with the crossfire, it's going to be perfect, and it's going to be that 16-4. So overall, we have ourselves our second result. It has happened, and that wasn't pretty.
I don't want to talk about CX too much because, yes, they have a stand-in. I want to talk about Kaz and their recent form. I mean, the thing that comes to my mind right now is 2-0 versus Endpoint, and again, another 2-0 versus CX. And CX leading into this week, they 2-0'd Endpoint, and they 2-0'd another team. What was it? Was it Ufrag?
Yeah, I believe it was Ufrag, yeah.
So, CX, they had good form, but obviously losing 2 of their star players. And unfortunately for them, they will lose 2-0 in pretty dominating fashion. Kaz win it. Good form from Kaz. Map choices as well going in their favour. They do love Mirage. They do like the Dust 2. Next best of 2 is going to be Zenix versus Fish123.
There we go. I was kind of just banking on you, pulling back that memory, making it work. Now, what are our thoughts of this? Going into this, is it going to be a whitewash? I want to ask you straight up.
Well, obviously Fish123, after all that drama with Frankster, not Pickles, but Frankster, Boaster and all that. Not going to go into that because, that's a whole different...
I think if people want to know about it, it's pretty out there.
You can go on Twitter and find out all you need to know. Let's
Yeah.
put it like that. Anyway, we will have a lot to talk about that because we don't know the lineup that Fish123 are going to be yielding and fielding. So, lots of rumours going around, but We will see the 5 that show up to the server in the next best of 2. That's going to be Fish123 versus Xenex. But for now, we'll be back after a short break, and we'll bring you that best of 2. Don't go anywhere.
Everything changes.
Life. no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Didn't even get to cross. I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to cross. I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
Hi, I'm Tony Northrup, and today we're providing a complete tutorial on how to use your new Nikon D3300. The D3300 is one of our favorite recommendations, especially for a first camera.
my way back to you, until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone, until you find your way back home. Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Until you find your way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone, until you find your way back home.
Hi everyone. Two really weird things have happened this week. First, I signed this legally binding contract and got paid a load of money to advertise games deals. And then, literally, a couple of days after that, I managed to get NBA 2K17 for the low price of $34.99 on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One at Game, saving £15. Crazy days.
It's just such a difficult angle, but they walk dead set into him, drops them all dead with a quick spray. Actually throw anything down, the smoke over towards MBK will actually pretty much deny any sort of Molotov, and picks on both sides of the board. But Lazar, the bomb is going to go down. It is the 2v2, but the quick aggression is coming in from the CT side. They're going to try and deny this one off of the aggression, but Lazar, with a perfect shot, brings it to a 1 versus 1. There was Rezu more than happy to respond, but he's still got to swing out with this M4. He's toggling the fuse. He's going to be sticking to him. The peak is going to be coming in. Lazar, he swapped to an M4. The spray to come in. They make things work. The answer is going to be no, because the elevated angle is going to shut things down. Smoothie, he catches off the jumping shot.
Especially because Aaron's is netting that frag. It's good the 1 versus 1. He will get the kill, but the Molotov will mean the round win for Endpoint. Actually, will it? 5 HP!
He gets away with it just by calculating the amount of damage he's going to take. Almost a bit of luck, or perhaps even knowledge. This is going to be difficult, but Hype and Adam, they will combine 2 frags to be collected. Robin will at least pick up 1 in return, shutting down the AWP. But even with that said, it's a 2v3. They still have themselves in such a tough predicament. Still workable, especially if the solo peak comes in.
Oh, you need to be winning that. You need to be winning that trade if you're Cryan. Now Dom, 19 HP, has the flash, but will get sprayed down by as well.
Hugely unpredictable, so 16-5, 16-6 is kind of where I'm leaning towards right now. But they are straight into this one. It's already going to be some very quick aggression, and Robin, he is just going to be dropping them dead. Back-to-back headshots, ladies and gentlemen, is what we will see. 4 quick frags for him. He is playing for his 5th. Jenko going to steal it out of his hands.
They don't care. This is the thing. They have no respect for you. The A site will be FM's, but instead he finds the first, sprays down another one, sprays down 3. Can they get any more?
You could almost say sniffing ducks.
They're playing very passive. This is the problem when they play passive. The flash comes down from Ozzy, gets 1, gets 3.
Sheer manpower to try to do the damage. We talked about that pistol. It finds the first crackling headshot, but Aaron's up. 20 seconds, that is going to be the time to really keep an eye on this point of Aaron. He's doing so much work with this rifle, single-handedly annihilating the side of Cavs. Some damage, nothing really gained, and we'll talk about where he'd save it. Looks like he's just going for the damage wall. Well, yeah, the more damage-based route, we'll find some of these 1 frag, but he's actually giving them a really good run for their running. But if he found themselves that early shot on towards the cranium of Ezo, this could actually happen right now. They will be peeking ever so comfortably around, but Jacob, he makes it work. He thought it was impossible.
As well. And now the pistol run coming out, 5 players outrun.
So they're going to be tapping on, trying to go back to the old faithful side. And then, is it going to lead to anything? The answer is going to be a bit very surgical in the way he's approaching this. He's going to find himself a very nice 1 tap a second on towards Emmy.
Underpass, and now they're going to run into
stairs, but the concern is going to be them losing the AWP, but Dreamer too quick on the trick.
Park, sorry. Anyway, Zio the shotgun, he's so known for his Mag 7. He's just like
trying to achieve. That free gift is just totally up to so much now. Zio just going to be doing a lot of work through mid doors, making it nice and easy, just slicing through.
He does love the easy ones.
Yeah, right now he's just feet up, loving life, making it happen. Interest now is the GTM. They got themselves an opportunity and a motivating factor much quicker.
This is smart as well. The early pick and come out there as well.
Now looking to come out towards platform, and albeit Snaky will fall, Isaac next to follow, but Trouble, he's now going to be live with the Zeta.
The 1 versus 2, the flashes fail, just quite getting there. The kill, doesn't let the front, not the miss cross there, takes down 1. Gets traded.
The trades, they are still, yet again, the crucial factor of Tickles. He's just going to be given so many angles, so many facets to swivel on around, go for these repeats. Welcome back to the UK Masters. We've just watched our wonderful spectator butcher completely across there. That was disastrous. John, you need to work on your crosshair skills, mate. Either way, we're going to throw back to the last map. We're going to talk about the current. Run me through. How are you feeling overall?
Well, not too much to talk about the last map actually, as obviously CX fielding 2 stand-ins, so it wasn't really too much that they could show us. Obviously, the most prominent thing is that the Kaz form is still strong. Another 2-0 for them this week, and if they can keep this going, we'll be probably seeing them, definitely seeing them in the playoffs. Potentially the LAN if things can go well for them. But that is obviously the previous best of 2, and now we have the current best of 2 ahead of us. And the problem is as well is these players are expected to be on at 9 PM. And obviously, what time is it now? Quarter 2,
they've
so...
just put a bit of a magic trick. They've just done the disappearing act.
So none of the players in the servers currently, so we will unfortunately have to go to another break while we wait for these players to come up for 9. But that's what's expected, so can't really ask too much from them. But talk up, a little bit of a preface going into the next match. And Fish 123, obviously all the drama that happened in the previous week. Boaster and Frankster, if you want to go see it, go on Twitter, you can find it there yourself. That means that there will be a different Fish 123 lineup coming up tonight, and the question is, which teams do you reckon they're going to be fielding?
That's such a hard question because, I mean, right now, basically what you're doing is I wish I had a paintbrush in hand because I just, use these shadows and basically say, okay, pick a player that fits into the shadow because that is pretty much about it, right? We have no idea what to expect.
Yes, basically what it's trying to say is we haven't got a clue.
Pretty much.
I mean, the names obviously are, the names that are on the substitute roster as well, so it could be, don't even name drop some people, but let's just say the Fish 123 lineup could be very, very, very scary tonight if you're Zenex, and that leads on to Zenex. We haven't seen them play, I don't think they played last week, maybe only playing one game as well in the previous week before that, so another thing to think about is what is the form like for Zenex coming in?
Yeah, are they going to be kind of hot on their heels, raring to go, ready to pick up some rounds and do some work, or are they going to be, almost tripping over themselves somewhat, not quite, in it just yet? I think you can pinpoint as well as the fact that there isn't really too much going on in the scene right now. ESCA season's come to an end. We're waiting for playoffs. ESL Premiership. Don't want to name drop that too much, but ESL Prem is no longer going on as well. UK Masters is the only thing. When you don't play in that, there isn't really too many officials to do, and you've got to think as well. Dancy's joining the lineup only 1 day before the first week of UK Masters. They've had a month now with Dancy's and with no officials going on. They have, they've been pracking. I know they've been pracking. They have time to go over strats. We could be seeing some nice stuff coming out from them tonight. Well, it allows them just to refine things, right? They can pretty much just sit there and go, okay, specifically, we don't like this about our execute. We want to change up this part, and they have so much time to do that. Another thing as well is, if you're not playing too many officials, it's hard to change things, as there isn't really too much to change off, not really too much to change from, as they haven't really played too much as their core 5, but they have practiced a lot. That's the biggest thing. Not too many officials, but lots of practice, far more refined T-sides and so forth, and maybe some more strategic stuff coming out from them. But anyway, unfortunately, we will have to bring you that game a bit later as the players aren't ready yet. And, they need to be fielded on about 9 PM. Expect us to start in about 10 minutes or so. So, we'll go back to a break and we'll catch you in just, 10 minutes or so? Hopefully. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Yeah, hopefully.
Hi everyone. Two really weird things have happened this week. First, I signed this legally binding contract and got paid a load of money to advertise games deals. And then, literally, a couple of days after that, I managed to get NBA 2K17 for the low price of $34.99 on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One at Game, saving £15. Crazy days.
It was just such a difficult angle, but they walk dead set into him, drops them all dead with a quick spray. Actually throw anything down, the smoke over towards MBK will actually pretty much deny any sort of Molotov, and picks on both sides of the board. But the bomb is going to go down. It is a 2v2, but the quick aggression is coming in from the CD side. They're going to try and deny this one off of the aggression, but Lovely, with a perfect shot, brings it to a 1 versus 1. There was Rezu more than happy to respond, but he's still got to swing out with this M4. He's toggling the fuse. He's going to be sticking to one. The peak is going to be coming in. Lovely, he swapped to an M4. The spray to come in. It makes things work. The answer is going to be no, because the elevated angle is going to shut things down smoother. He catches off the jumping shot.
Especially because Aaron's is netting that frag. It's good the 1 versus 1. He will get the kill, but the Molotov will mean the round win for Endpoint. Actually, will it? 5 HP!
He gets away with it just by calculating the amount of damage he's going to take. Almost a bit of luck, or perhaps even knowledge. This is going to be difficult, but Hype and Adam, they will combine 2 frags to be collected. Robin will at least pick up 1 in return, shutting down the AWP. But even with that said, it's a 2v3. They still have themselves in such a tough predicament. Still workable, especially if the solo peak comes in.
Oh, you need to be winning that. You need to be winning that trade if you're Croy. And now Dom, 19 HP, has the flash, but will get sprayed down by well. Hugely unpredictable, so 16-5, 16-6 is kind of where I'm leaning towards right now. But they are straight into this one. It's already going to be some very quick aggression, and Robin, he is just going to be dropping them dead. Back-to-back headshots, ladies and gentlemen, is what we will see. 4 quick frags for him. He is playing for his 5th. Jenko going to steal it out of his hands. They don't care. This is the thing. They have no respect for you. The A site will be FM's, but instead he finds the first. Sprays down another one. Sprays down 3. Can they get any more?
You could almost say sitting ducks.
They're playing very passive. This is the problem when they play passive. The flash comes down from Ozzy, gets 1, gets 3.
That sheer manpower trying to do the damage. We talked about that pistol. It finds the first crackling headshot, but Aaron's up. 20 seconds, that is going to be the time to really keep an eye on this point of Aaron. He's doing so much work with this rifle, single-handedly annihilating the side of Paz. Some damage, nothing really be gained, and we talked about whether he'd save it. Looks like he's just going for the damage rule. Probably had a more damage-based route. We'll find some of these 1 frag, but he's actually giving them a really good run for their running. But if he found themselves that early shot on towards the cranium of Ezo, this could actually happen right now. They will be peeking ever so comfortably around, but Jacob, he makes it work. He thought it was impossible.
As well. And now the pistol run coming out, 5 players outrun.
So they're going to be tapping away, trying to go back to the old faithful side. Even then, is it going to lead to anything? The answer is going to be a bit very surgical in the way he's approaching this. He's going to find himself a very nice 1 tap a second on towards Emmy.
Underpass, and now they're going to have to run into
Stairs, but the concern is going to be them losing the AWP, but Dream it too quick on the trick.
Park, sorry. Anyway, Zio the shotgun, he's so known for his Mag 7. He's just like
trying to achieve. Really, that free gift is just totaling up so much now. Zio just going to be doing a lot of work through mid doors, making it nice and easy, just slicing through.
He does love the easy ones.
Yeah, right now he's just feet up, loving life, making it happen. Interest now is the GTM. They got themselves an opportunity and a motivating factor much quicker.
Smart as well. The early pick and back there as well.
Now looking to come out towards platform, and albeit Snaky will fall, Isaac next to follow, but Trouble, he's now going to be live with the Saber.
Between the flashes failed, doesn't quite get there because doesn't let the front, not the crosshair, takes down one, gets traded.
The trades, they are still, yet again, the crucial factor of Tickles. He's just going to be given so many angles, so many facets to swivel on around, go for these repeats.
Hello again. So, this is going to be the second best of 2 of the night, and kicking it off, we're going to see Zenex and Fish123 on Mirage.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what comes to the table. Of course, one thing has happened. Fish, they've unlocked some players. They've actually got some players in the server. We know who they're going to be playing with, and, well, I'll reel off the names. We can talk through them. We can go straight into things. It's going to be Rattlesnake, Weber, Frankster, Cryptix, and Mole.
Yes, so obviously Rattlesnake, Weber, Cryptix, and then Frankster as well. All of those players have played for Fish123 originally. Weber having his first debut on Fish123 last week. Obviously, he originally thought he was standing in, but now he is actually playing for them. Not sure if they're actually a team yet. Don't know if they've practiced. Expecting not to be, too much of a practiced and refined team. More so expecting more of a mix coming out from these players.
Now, we talk about mixes quite a lot when we go, okay, mixes, they don't tend to have, A, you already mentioned kind of being tactically sound, but B, overall just being well held together as a line and actually talking to each other, communicating. Now, I look towards these players and go, they have experience. They all know what they're doing, right? I've seen Frankster play. He gets, he can get pretty heated at times, but he's a good player. Pretty much same story for a lot of these guys.
I wouldn't say communication is the problem with mixes. I would say comfort is the problem with mixes because especially on the T side, knowing where your teammates are and having that in your head, especially with the AWP as well, it's so hard to AWP in mixes. And Rattlesnake, though, I'm sure he's played a fair few games and a fair few LANs and whatnot, tournaments as a mix. So experience-wise, Fish123, they've got it.
Yeah, experience as a mix. That's certainly a
that's
interesting.
it's a UK feat. That's a UK feat.
That's the first I've heard someone say, you know what, straight up, these guys are experienced players. They're experienced playing in mixed lineups. They know how it feels. They've been through the trauma of kind of not knowing quite what to do and going very much mid-round cooling based. Now, jokes aside, that does leave us to a nice little kind of segue into calling and over where they're going to find themselves. Now, we know they're not going to have any straight-up fancy executes, but on a map like Mirage, everyone knows how to do an A execute. Everyone knows B smokes. This is stuff where you really can come into your own as a solid mid-round caller.
Mole, obviously, very good IGL. He's obviously, well, Rattlesnake and Mole. The question is which one of these two are going to be calling. Rattlesnake AWPing, he might just hand it over to Mole and let him call so he can focus on the AWP. He'll be AWPing versus Shaney. That's a duel and a, counterpart that we can talk about a bit later, but one thing I want to talk about is the maps. Mirage is going to be Fish123's map pick, and then Train will be the next map pick.
I think Mirage on a whole, I do think it suits quite well for both of these teams, but especially for Fish, to be honest.
Oh, for sure.
I think this is, one of the better maps they could have got in the veto system. Going into things, we've already talked about the fact that they're going to have the knowledge in terms of going for these off-the-cuff based executes, but also as a team who can just kind of utilize those mid-round calls, something we also touched on, they can be very dynamic. They can try and take mid-control, they can contest across the map.
Yep.
A lot of options.
The mid-round calls, especially around mid, are so important when you play the T side, and keep talking about it. Individual skill coming out for the T side of Mirage. Fish123, yes, they're not a team, but the players on, just when you look at the names, you've got to be thinking Fish123 have the advantage in that favor, in that regard. But Mirage, as I keep saying, you go mid, that's when the individual skill comes to play. The peaks towards connector, towards short, the AWP duel in mid, and that's something we can talk about as well, because Shaney is the player that's currently missing, had to restart his game, and I think he restarted his PC as well.
Probably his internet too at this point.
Yeah, because he has bad routing right now. He's slightly lagging. So hopefully, resetting everything fixes that.
Fingers crossed. We can hope. Unfortunately, bad routing is something completely out of our control, so we can only kind of cross the fingers, hope for the best, and but pretty much, hope everything works out. In the meanwhile, we have stressed a couple of key players here and there. Are there any players you'd look at and go, okay, there's nothing too crazy to talk about, but you look towards these and go, okay, they're the underlying pins of their team?
Let's talk about Zenex then in that regard. So, Dances for me is probably the most important player on this Zenex side. He's probably I'd say the wild card player because he's not the AWP, but he is the secondary AWP on the CT side. So, map like Mirage, the double AWP setup is strong. Having an AWP towards B short, one AWP towards mid, or one AWP towards A. Dances, he does like to AWP towards B short and also likes to AWP connector as well. If you want to play more of a retake passive setup, he can play both of those. Who else as well? Peggy, obviously, great aimer in that sense. And the cooling was JT, then it was Peggy. I'm not too sure who's calling right now, but if Peggy's calling, he knows how to use his players. Hopefully today we'll be seeing that, especially on the T side.
Well, here's an interesting point for you, and it is a curveball, so I'm expecting this one to be a bit of a difficult one for you to answer.
Yeah.
But it's an opinion one, so that's a whole different question in itself. Who would you prefer to call? You know these guys. They're our lineup. They're our team. They're not a mix. Who do you think suits them best?
Thinking about success just straight up, obviously, in terms of success in the terms of
success speaks
Counter-Strike,
louder
all
than
of
everything
Counter-Strike,
else.
all of Counter-Strike, Rattlesnake, Source, obviously CGS and whatnot, but CSGO, Mole winning I-57 being the caller for that Infuser mix. Then a mix again calling for them. So in this game here, I would say Mole would be the better option here. Rattlesnake would be AWPing, obviously has more experience calling in Source, and then Mole, I would argue, the better CSGO caller.
Well, you've laid it all bare
I'm
now
going to be
this
flamed
time.
for that. Already know I'm going to be flamed for
yeah,
that.
but you're going to get flamed anyway. I think the biggest thing as a caster, an analyst, however you want to go into things, it's all about laying it down as the truth. And also, some of it is opinion-based. And I think people do, you know, especially in the UK, you sometimes take that a bit too far. You know, sometimes you have got to say, you know, our opinions with a bit of a pinch of salt, because that's what we think. And if you guys want to have your own opinion, there is a way you can get involved. Remember, at UK Masters on Twitter if you want to raise your thoughts. And maybe if they are, you know, merited with some facts behind them, might even give
Enough
a bit of a
of the
discussion on there.
plugins as well. Shaney's in the server. His ping is
Fingers crossed it's
50.
good.
So if
Better.
he's not up to play for 50 ping, let's hope he is.
It's better than 112, to be honest.
Yeah,
so, I
and they
mean,
are confirmed they're ready. So once Fish123 is well accepted they're ready, we can get into the knife round and finally start this game.
I just want to get into the action straight
Yeah.
away, to be honest. I
I'm
think.
bored standing around. I want to talk about actual Counter-Strike that's going on
Yeah.
live.
Well, I mean, you also want to talk about Counter-Strike, pistol rounds.
Ooh, Fish123, let's have a think. So obviously, when you're on mix, it's hard to have more of a tactical pistol. Could see just one smoke on the default A site in the middle there. Flash towards jungle, flash towards connector, push out that way. Maybe go for a B contact, no calling required. Simply walk towards B, once you see contact, push. But the knife round is now underway. Let's see what will happen. Mirage expecting 8 to 9 rounds for the CT side, depending on who wins this knife.
It's almost like you're trying to set me up to cast a knife round. That would
Go
be
for it.
somewhat
Do it.
preposterous. I'm not quite feeling it. I don't know if I can quite make it happen. Maybe you're into it. Who knows? Make it happen, son.
Mate, I'm not the play-by-play. I'll talk about the game for what it's worth anyway.
Well,
So, knives out for Harambe. Let's see who's going to take this one.
oh, you went there. You've actually went there. It's happened. 11,000 votes. Apparently, are enough to make you talk about it.
Yes, indeed. So, I'm not going to talk about the knife round, but the winner of this should really pick the CT side, more of the favoured side. Try and get 9 rounds on the board. Try and win the T pistol from there, and try and have the momentum in your favour. But Fish123 conquer Zenex in the first initial knife round. So, Zenex pistols. Now, I mentioned before these guys are a tenured team. Well, tenured in the UK, 1 month. There you go. Have a congratulations there. So, they've been together for 4 weeks. What will they bring out here on the Mirage? Wait, what's happened?
We're just seeing a whole lot of spam. It looks like there is something going on. So
Yeah, it was a troll. It was a troll knife round.
Oh, good to know.
Good to know. So actually, I take that back. It's gonna be Zenex on the CT side.
Well,
They want another restart as well.
I mean, this pretty much comes down to John, right? John, you gotta make that decision. You gotta go with it. I see you dropping that smiley face, but smiley face is that's not a call. See what he goes with.
Anyway, let's talk about what we expect to see on the pistol round. So CT setup, we could be seeing a retake towards A. Maybe these players, well, standardly you do see the retake towards A. 1 stairs, 1 CT, and let's play the retake nice and fast. Maybe not even needing a kit there. But let's see what they buy. Will there be a kit on the CT side? Kit on Mirage isn't really too important, but JT will buy that. I'm not really too sure which site he will take it to, but that will be the B site. And actually, looking like a default 2-1-2 setup coming out from the CT side.
Yeah, so nothing too out there, too crazy for the CT side. They're just playing box standard, straight out of the strat book. But let's see if that can actually lend a hand to them. In terms of Fish, are already looking to be going relatively aggressive towards underpass. A 2-man setup, of course, to take place there. And it's a pretty two-pronged attack for them. It's going to be an A-split looking to take form later into the round.
Actually, him spotting those 2 players underpass, that usually means that telegraphs a split A.
Yeah, just almost like it's been read straight out of a book. Once again, seems to be a bit of a running trend in this one as Mole. Looking to pick up from Hammers relatively soon. He captures Shaky. That sets him up perfectly. Snake gonna find himself at least one. With second, Shaney gonna be doing some work over towards jungle, and this is looking perfect for the CT side. But the bomb is gonna go down. Now we have to test their retake. They do have that kit.
Yeah, they did the man advantage and the kits. They can play this nice and slow, play the trades, and play it that way. Don't throw away your life straight away, and Dances here on the flank will more be expecting this.
Webber's going to be going aggressive into the CT. Peggy, that will rather well put down full control, but it's going to be Dance. He finds himself 2 for his troubles. Makes it look almost nice and easy as Webber. Yes, he took control of CT, but the bomb is being stuck. There's a kit on it. Webber, he's got so much work to do, and Dancy's, well, he's going to seal the deal for him. The defuse, it rolls on in.
And that's one of the reasons as well you buy the smoke kit, especially on these maps where you plant open. Cash is another one you think for the open plant A main. Open plant there, planted for ramp, you smoke it. With the Glock, it's so hard to headshot someone through that. You haven't got an AK to spray through the smoke, but Xenix win that. And, you know, Shaney getting that information underpass, as I just mentioned before. If they're underpass, they're probably not going to be B because they've just left B.
Right, well, let's see if they can't hit towards B this time around with a successful passion, as it is going to be a charge to build on up, but it's one that they are going to at least be taking with a pinch of salt, because they don't want to rush straight in, because they know that, okay, that's basically where they're asking to be grenaded.
Yep.
But in the same regard, the slower they take it, the more chance they've got for something like that happen, where JT spams on through, gets himself 1, Dancy, well, he's just being pillared at this point.
Yeah, that's the problem with the smoke as well. What it means is when those players come through, the T's, they're dazed, they're thinking, they've got so much information to take in, so many angles to peek. CT's that JT at Van just sprays that player down. Yeah, I think it was through the smoke, but anyway, that player will fall. The round goes in favour of Xenix, and it's going to be the 4 by now for Fish 123, 5 rifles, and actually the firepower going in favour of Fish 123. So could potentially see smokes towards A, or maybe just a Palace play. Use your rifle advantage and try and take the pick towards A.
I'm intrigued to see how Xenix will compose themselves going into this, because one trend that already has kind of stuck out in the first couple of rounds is they're very much leaning on these anchor-like plays where they just want to sit tight. So I am, again, just going to wait and see if they go aggressive, which Jakey very close to ramp, nets in 1 frag, Dancy, another over towards mid, and bit by bit coming up trumps to the CT side, and practically every single mana, because yes, damage has been done, but it needs to be converted into a frag, and well, there's the conversion. It comes back full force, Rattlesnake, and finds the initial pick.
This is weird. This is very weird play coming from Fish 123. The 1 versus 1 duels come out, goes in favour of Xenix. They win the duel in mid, they win the duel Palace, and obviously Peggy goes down as well. Not expecting that second player Palace, but Jakey now boosted on the balcony. Does take the ladder, but unfortunately he will lose that duel to Cryptix. He takes him down, the 2 versus 3. It's not winnable for Fish 123.
Somehow Fish have actually made this one work. Weird, seems to go hand in hand with Nyx, but this unpredictability, well, it's working out so well for them. But Shaney gonna hold the cross, able to catch Cryptix in his net, which now means he can just still sit at the tight, and Webber, well, tries to peek out into it, but Shaney again, just another headshot to add to his tally, 3k for him in the round.
Yeah, 2 players in Palace there, but there was no trade flag onto Jakey because he was playing the headshot angle, peeks out, kills Mole, hides again, and there's no refrag from Rattlesnake. So the favour, that round going in favour of Xenix, 3-0 in the first buy round goes in favour of the CT side, and 3 rounds on the board already. Going to be the Eco coming out for Fish 123. Just 2 smokes, probably going to be jungle and central site smoked potentially, but not really expecting too much coming out from this round apart from a bomb plant.
Yeah, if they can get that center site smoke actually down and use it without too many sprays coming in from Xenix where they just catch them off through, then a bomb plant is that goal, as you mentioned, right?
Yep.
It's huge for their overall economic standpoint, which taking a glance at right now,
2,000 or
bomb
so.
plant, it does the job at the end of the day.
Yep. So Shaney now towards jungle, that player pushing through. Webber will go down as Shaney headshots in, but unless some crazy headshots come out, we've already seen 1 from Cryptix and low HP on Jakey as well. 4 versus 4, but Shaney here as well. He stays alive in connector. Makes it so hard now for the after plant for the T side.
Yeah, Fish, not only have they whipped out the checklist though and ticked that box of plant, they've actually at least got some potential to do some damage. You have to remember, Jakey's 16 HP, that's a deagle that can knock him down if they can Cryptix. He's just holding tight, gonna spam on away, eventually will connect it. So much damage to be done. A 1D gone towards JT, and you said this wasn't possible, but it's beginning to build up into something. Darcy gonna go aggressive, tries to go for the continuous spray, not quite able to add it up, but whipping out the pistol, the sidearm does the job for him, and nonetheless, and well, another frag on towards Mole, so they certainly do cut through a hype.
He can still win this though. It's an 8-second defuse, he takes down 1 player, dances on 2 HP, and Rattlesnake wins it. Jesus Christ, the initiative there. Shaney dies. When Shaney dies, that means Connector's free. The rotation from ramp all the way back through T-spawn. Connector, they don't expect him there. Dances is looking Palace.
I wish the stream could see my face right now, because all I've got running through my veins right now is just not like this. That is...
Not like this runs through your veins.
I have no words that even make sense at this point. I just don't understand how they can let that happen, but great stuff coming out.
Then again,
from Fish
as well, that was the full econ. The thing is, can they transition this now into the 4 buy rounds? Shaney just on a USP. Is that a misbuy?
Well, apparently what I said
He's got
doesn't make any
7,000.
sense, and what his buy also makes no sense at this
Yeah,
point.
I believe he's disconnected. I'm not really too sure what's happening. There's no pause, and the round's already unfolded, so I can't tell you too much.
Well, that's just awkward, frankly, but either way, is going to be Dancy's netting himself that first pick. That transitioning point that you mentioned is actually very, very important, and we've seen it tonight take place, and then nothing has been done of it. So this could actually be still a little bit painful for Fish, but only 1 man disadvantage. They still have a lot of opportunity to work with, and we are going to see that timeout come back. Shaney's internet not really being too solid for him tonight. but it does net Fish something they can work with.
Unfortunate scenes here for Xenix, as Shaney does DC, and this is the round that they needed to win as well. If they won this, I mean, yes, Fish 1-2-3, they won the full eco, so their money is still going to be good even if they lost it. Would have been good to have the 4-1 and the reset in their favour, but JT spots out 2 players now as he jump spots. Can he hold the line?
Certainly have a pretty tough job, but so far so good. JT finds the first on towards Cryptic Mole, coming in from short, adds to the tally by quick frag in return. Darcy's with the AWP, now going to be looking to be pretty much the man that the CT side can lean on in terms of being his anchor. He's hitting the flicks. Weather next in line to hit the deck. And Mole comes over short.
I mentioned that B short AWP from Darcy's, and he brings it strong. Nice 2 frags there. 13 for 1 already.
At the end. Great stuff coming in from Darcy's.
Yeah, 13-1. Unfortunately, he wasn't expecting round stake in that previous round. You know, what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know. You're asking me for words. I'm just not making much sense
remember.
right now. I'm completely thrown off of this one just by how these rounds are unfolded.
Redeems himself. There you go.
There we go.
Redeems himself in that round, and unfortunately, with that pause going in, I'm not too sure what's happening. As don't know when Shenny will be back. Probably gonna be another reset on his router. Who knows?
I mean, you just kind of turn it off and on again, hope for the best, right? That's
Yeah,
technical
I mean,
support 101.
his ping was fine. His ping was fine. The only problem for him was he's now DC'd.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's all well and good having
I'd
a good
rather have
ping,
100 ping than not be in the server.
Yeah, I think that's that's a given, really. I mean, it's only been 6 rounds, so we don't necessarily have tremendous amounts to talk about.
Yeah.
But is there anything that already springs to mind?
Ooh, so, on the first buy round, gotta say, first buy round, especially the pistol as well, coming in favour of Xenix, but Fish 1-2-3, they win the full eco, but they can't transition it. They lose the subsequent buy round, and now look at their money. You can't see it, hello. You can't see it, but they are going for the eco. No armor on these players, and instead they will be opting in for the Tech 9s and so 5-1 potentially in favour of Xenix, unless Fish 1-2-3 can have another miracle round.
It's completely unrelated, so you're going to have to bear with me. But you know the cutest thing about the fact that they couldn't see is that John actually sat there, opened up the scoreboard, because he's trying to really cock onto every single word. But they can't see the screen, John. You got to realise this. We're in a
RIP to the Observer. There we go.
Yeah, he tried so hard, but in the end,
Press tab now. Hey.
doesn't even matter. There we go.
So, as previously mentioned, the money not looking too good for Fish 1-2-3 and Weber as well, 1.3k, and he's not going to have too much money to the next round, but 4 of these players will be able to buy. Could see a Tech 9 and, nades and utility onto him following, suit in the next round. Maybe use that towards a ramp, maybe go for some smokes A and use those close range guns in that fashion.
Yeah, if they can go close and really bring the fight to their opposition, that could be, the winning point for them.
And they also know they're playing versus the AWP, so if they do go for smokes A, that will, limit how much the impact the AWP has, make it close range duels, try and use the Tech 9s and the rifles in that way, as there is no AWP, so they can't really play the pick game quite as strong as Xenix can.
In terms of future, we've talked quite a lot about the present right now, and we know that his game is just loading up, so only a couple seconds now anyway, guys, so just bear with us. But I want to talk about the future, as I mentioned. Where do we go from here? If Xenix pick up this round, of course, they can begin to build things back up again. Of course, 3,600, 3,300, a good chunk in their bank. For Fish, it's a bit all over the place.
This round needs to be clean from Xenix. No armor on Fish 1-2-3, so they need to try and rack up some cash here. Try and get 5,000 or 6,000 of their players and allow them to buy the AWPs and the utility into the next round if they do lose this. Hopefully 5-1, but I'm hoping for the clean sweep. 4 alive, 4-5 alive for Xenix here. Get some money. Just build your economy.
Well, still going to be playing that patience game, but for now, all about building economy. Looks like his ISP is going to be getting a penalty point, so hey, that's always a bit of a fun and something we can prod on at. But Shaney, he's back in the server, so any second now we can get back into things. I'm looking forward to seeing how this 6th round is going to unfold.
There we go, he's in.
Comes down to a whole lot, really. Fish looking to make this one work with very, very minimal in terms of what they brought to the table. Xenix, on the other hand?
I mean, is that round repeatable that we just saw? The Rattlesnake, late luck, killing those 2 players. If he didn't go for that play, probably would have lost that. But anyway, we are live in the server, so we can jump in-game.
I don't think it can't.
No, I don't think so either.
Surely it can't. I don't know if I could take it anymore. I think I would just go sit in the corner over there and just kind of break down into a mess.
Excuse me?
If that was repeated, I think I would just be out of here.
That would be pretty crazy. So, unless magic can happen once again, unless lightning strikes twice, 5-1. Let's see what happens here. The double up setup could catch these players off guard, but Shaney with the first does take down Mole.
Doesn't it, that first pick? Now, that's going to be incredibly important in terms of the tally here, because Fish, they don't want to go so aggressive just yet because now they know they can just be traded on down. So they're looking to set themselves up with this utility. The flashes will pop, so it gives them that window, that time frame to work with. And Weber with the Tech 9, he does it to full effect. Gets himself the frag on towards Jakey. The smoke's now really coming into play, and Weber spraying on through. Great stuff coming in from him, and now the bomb's gone down, but JT, he goes for the elevated angle, gets the first bit, looks for the quick second, but he has the information towards ramp, and that pretty much makes it so tough for Weber to do something, but the pistols, well, coming out towards stairs.
You know you're playing versus pistols, yet the CT side opt to play close range, but Dantes and Shaney, they get 2 frags apiece. Weber in the 1 versus 3 has armor, head armor, and an AK-47.
They know he's there, so Shaney gonna hold the angle, but god damn was I worried.
Yeah, 2
They were
ops in the
still facing
situation. Yeah, all it takes is 1 whiff shot from Shaney. Weber wins the duel versus Shaney, and then it's Dantes in the 1 versus 1, and that's where Weber can play so many things. So many doubts in Dante's mind if he goes for the stick, if he just taps the bomb, all so many things playing a factor, but it will go in the favor of Xenex, and only 2 players still alive, but importantly both the AWPs are saved, so money looking pretty bleak on Xenex's side, but it's going to be the 4-buy now for Fish123. I say 4-buy, but there's only 2 rifles.
Yeah, those 2 rifles, really, I'm not quite sure if that even merits the tag of a 4-buy, to be honest. This is very much a force-up in the grand scheme of things. So Shaney is going to be the man to peek over towards mid, and going to get flashing off, so great stuff coming out from Rattlesnake to ensure that that orb is going to be somewhat nullified. Position very up close and personal, but one that can actually bear some great stuff in the latter portion of the round.
We haven't seen too many players utilizing their flashes too well in UK Masters so far, but right there, flashing the angle, doesn't even have the chance in taking the battle there with the AWP. Instead, flashes it off and takes some map control that way, and now Shaney has to second guess himself whether or not there are players in Whorehouse, but Jakey trying to take control of map control in his favor. In the CT side, play the wall spread down 1, spread down another one. Actually, it's Peggy. Calculated aggression there as they play together.
Rattlesnake will find himself 1, but Frankster deciding Cryptics, I'm sorry mate, it's time that I end you, as he pecks him down with, well, an unfortunate team kill to culminate things, and that leaves Xenex up on towards 6.
That was well played there. I mean, both the players from the CT side pushed together. I don't think Rattlesnake as well was watching the smoke. Instead, he was peeking towards jungle, but there was no one there. The player was connected. Jakey was inside connector, flashes through, gets Mole, and Peggy gets another frag in mid, and that is going to be mid control retaken for the CT side. They take that round. The AWP's not even coming to play.
The concern though, Fish. Again, like they're playing everything's taken. Very swift with the 1 tap as he peeks around the corner, just bends it on towards Cryptix' head. Weber, he's found 1 for a strong ball. Shaney, that's going to be about it. Shaky flies on out, finds 1, swivels around for 180, gets the second on towards Mole.
As I previously mentioned as well, 4 players staying alive for the CT side, and now their money's looking pretty good. 7-1. Fish123, they need rounds on the board right now, and they're not going to have the AWP, I don't think, unless Mole opts to go for the glass cannon. Yes, he will. Doesn't have the mid spawn though, so probably going to see a top mid or something, top mid smoke coming out and maybe play off that and try and take control of mid. Then again, Mole can also take his AWP towards B and try get, jumping AWP pick that way.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for that latter option. Going to be trying to go for that shot. Holds the angle, gets the tag on towards Dances, but 16 HP, that's going to be enough for Dances to walk away. Towards JT, connects the second. Great stuff coming out from Mole and hitting a shot that he should not even be able to get close to. Unbelievable stuff, but nonetheless, Dances 16. This T side, he's going to heat up a bit.
Lands 3 of those shots and eventually does get the kill with the 3rd. JT falling from B, and this means that the T's now, they can regroup and just think about where they want to go. They know the CT's going to have to shuffle around to try to play for a bit of information, but I think Mole might give away this lead.
Yeah, just slow peeks it. Not quite sure what the thought process behind that one is, and just gives it away to Shaney. Almost makes it nice and easy. So a disappointing way to approach it is now the going to land over towards Connector. Not really crazy amounts of damage to be done, but it means they have an inkling that Connector is going to be an avenue of attack for this T side, which means that Shaney, with that AWP, he could be pivotal towards Ticket Booth.
And right now, I'm watching Jakey right now. This is the problem. He's playing on the site. He has Shaney as well to cover his ramp, so he's just going to watch Palace, but we saw what happened in the last game with Brody, C, and Roma. Hopefully for the CT side, it goes in favor of them.
Slowly, but surely, Fish, his footsteps, they begin to turn into something, and that's something, should we say? Well, it is going to be that push, but this is just tethering around, and Connector, he's the first to fall, but Weber out from Connector, finds the headshot on towards Jakey, and that single thing that he has found makes this one possible. It's just another, but Dancy flies out from short, catches off Rattlesnake, and again it's just dropping down. 10 seconds is all that's needed. They're holding off the cross, but Peggy, skin of his teeth, unable to make it happen, and even going to be punched by Cryptix.
Unlucky there for Dances as the bomb does get retrieved, and the shot does not connect. Weber was already tagged, I believe, so 30 HP and 100. This is the problem of the AWP. It's not what you want in this situation, especially with 16 HP.
Molotov's going down onto those boxes, but it's even going to fall short, not really getting anything done at all. And well, now you have to look at this one and go, Dancy's, what is the point? And he knows that this is going to be a tough one, let alone you know, perhaps even impossible. So he
6
runs
rounds
away.
in the lead as well. There's no reason to throw away this AWP. Just save it, have your money game strong, and play off that. Allow the buyers to come in, especially the AWP and the armor and the kit. You know, $6,500, $7,000 worth.
Oh, Dancy's on a saver now. He's going to walk away with what? I think it was 8,750.
Well, I
It's a
just,
huge
I just mentioned it there.
Yeah,
7,000. So, 10,000 on him. He's going to save the AWP, and 15 for 1. Great game so far for him. And I mentioned he was the wildcard X factor for the CT side. Not just the CT side, but Xenix themselves. His secondary AWP is so strong on the CT side. He's quite a passive AWP, allows players to walk into his crosshair. That's why it works so well on the CT side.
Now we can see if that really is going to take hold. Of course, Xenix, they are looking to just take another nail and hammer it into that coffin. Shamey over towards CT, finds the first, now looking for that second. It has himself the information that Frankster is going to be that man from behind, but do they know there's a second there? Do they know that Frank's taking the so close as Jakey peeks out, finds the first. The flash is so perfect as it makes it almost just easy for Jakey. Makes it a little bit rough with the spray, but nonetheless the frags, that's what's important.
Smart setup and good teamwork there, not allowing the peaks from the T's to come into the favor of the terrorist side. Instead, crouches, doesn't show himself, and then the flash comes in from his teammate and he takes him down. Takes down 2 of those players even. Peggy towards stairs now. Weber trying to hold for him. Peggy has no reason to play aggressive here. This is the problem for the T side. As CTs, they don't need to peek.
It's all about just sitting down tight at this point, grabbing those tent pegs and just not hitting them in the dirt, because that tent, it's been well and truly pitched. Now it comes down to Fish. Well, how do they even begin to try and pry it open, let alone find it? Weber and Mole, well, they're just stuck in towards mid, just kind of wandering around. The smokes, they are going to begin to fade, and they do have that Molotov, but even then, that's what they're going to do, and Molotov quickly removed as Weber is going to lose his life to play.
Does hear that player actually, knows his opponent whorehouse as well. If you can get another frag here, it will be a 1 versus 3, but he doesn't have the bomb. Bomb is towards a ramp. Jakey there holding on to that, so at this point, Mole probably going to have to save.
I think that's a given at this point. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be so tough for him to get anything done. And that was my original fear for them when they were in that kind of almost like 2v5 scenario, which is how are they going to try and pry things open? Because they're looking for that pick, but it's not just a pick in this case, is it? It's just so much more.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a 3 versus 2, that's definitely winnable, but they do not throw away their lives. They play nice and smart, play nice and safe. There's no reason to give away your frag for no reason. And 10 seconds on the clock, Mo will be saving the AWP, and the money on the Fish 1, 2, 3 side is going to be looking pretty bleak, I believe. Yes, so they won't even force into this. They can buy a rifle, they have the AWP, maybe play an A contact with the AWP, or maybe have Mole go mid of the AWP, try and get a pick that way, open up a site.
Of course, opening up that site would be the more promising factor in the round. That's if they can get there, though.
Yeah, Weber as well with a good mid spawn, but I don't think he'll be dropped the AWP, and instead, the round goes live. No pause, quite interestingly coming out for Fish 1, 2, 3, and the momentum is in the side of the CTs, and Xenix, they're rolling with it. Peggy as well playing passive towards mid, doesn't want to give away his life to the AWP and make it a 4 versus 5. Instead, they're going to have the AWPs playing towards ramp and B. I actually like that play.
Nice and slow, but it is well kept, and let's see if that calculation there as a rules. Of course, they say that if you prepare, then you are not set. Well, kind of the counterplay to that is if you don't prepare, you're setting yourself up to fail. So of course, you can kind of swivel that on its head and say, by this preparation, by this calculation, they're setting themselves up for success.
If you fail to prepare, prepare to fail.
There we
is
go.
the
You
saying.
nail it. I mess it up. You nail it. That is the role here. Is it is going to be the slow peak coming in from Mole, but finds the tag, and tag seems to be the center of the game with these AWPs. Eventually finishes up with a pistol nonetheless, but well, ever so uncomfortable to watch a Shane towards CT. Now he's been able to do some serious work. We'll try and deny the plant, but just a little bit too high. Yet again with a second shot as well, just still quite too high, and that leaves the bomb to go down. And for the T side, withdrawing, it's the best thing they can do.
But they have Tech 9s and they're playing so close towards ramp. This might be quite difficult for them. If they can find a frag early, when it's a 4 versus 4, and play the retake that way, isolate these Tech 9s towards ramp, and they will have a massive advantage. But the AWP from Mole will catch JT on the rotate. Peggy as well takes down Weber. So this is the 3 versus 4. The man lead still for Fish 1, 2, 3.
Shiny, very nice with the AWP on towards Frankster, but that bomb is still ticking on away. They have to get on it. You've talked about the smoke diffuse in the past. It worked out for them then, but is it going to work out for them now? He's still going, but Cryptic's finally with the spray. Catches him off guard. Mole with the pistol. And Fish.
Smart play.
It work.
Jumps out pallets, realizes once those CTs are close, the AWP is useless in that situation. Once the smoke comes out on the bomb as well, he needs to get out of pallets. Jumps out, catches 2 of those players off guard with the P250, takes them down. It's going to be a 4K. A great round there for Mole.
Exactly what they want at this point. Trying to get themselves back into things.
Are they taking so long to buy?
Well, at least they're thinking it out, right? That's got to be one
Yeah,
positive.
but look, there's no players towards B. But the thing is, the T's obviously they don't know this. With 4 players running towards B apps, could have been rock paper scissors there. Fish 1, 2, 3 opted to go towards B. But instead, we are seeing quite a slow and passive setup. Jakey playing close range with that CZ. Wants the close range engagements. Peggy by stairs now as well. Giving up mid. I think this is smart as well. They don't have the firepower to match it unless Shaney was to get very aggressive towards mid. Instead, he's going to be playing CT once again.
Certainly is going to be setting himself up. He's been very, very, well, consistent with that spot, right? It's pretty much where he sat the entirety of the CT side for him. All eyes are going to be drawn back on towards Fish, though. They're the guys that we're watching right now as they try to grind their way back in, looking for that 8-4, trying to at least play for 6. That would be almost a bare minimum that I'd say that my goal for them would be. But right now, they don't really have a game plan. They're just spread out across the map. And does this give you the inkling that we're going to be hitting towards B? Because I'm getting that kind of feeling with the bomb spot.
Yep.
And the 2 players over towards B makes me think that they're going to rotate back up on towards short and from there.
Especially as well with 45 seconds on the clock. And I believe that is Weber in connector, trying to get the backstab as the CT rotate. And actually pushing through connector, gets the backstab, takes down Peggy. But Jake with the reply. 4 versus 4 now. Dances, it's all on him.
It's going to be just frags all across the board for the CT side, leaving Mole in a 1v3. Almost an impossible one again.
Great round again.
His spot is just so difficult to hold.
Dancy's on B, 18 for 2. Holding that off angle, sprays down 2 players. You see they check the angle, they don't see anything. So they turn, and as they turn, they walk into the crosshair of Dancy's, and he sprays down 2 players, repositions, sprays down Mole when he's in BX with the AWP, and it's going to be 9-3. And Zenex, they've already got the 9 rounds I was talking about. Any more rounds from here will be such a good bonus for them. Franks was -1 for 12.
Yeah, I think team kill, of course, got to definitely be thrown into there, but just being even 0-12, not necessarily the greatest game for him so far.
No, I mean, Mirage was definitely in source, so you can't pull that trump card.
Well, I hope he wouldn't call the trump card at all, to be honest. I would hope that sometimes you just don't have a good game, you have to accept that, and you have to try and always use it as a catalyst, go into that second rodeo, and to get yourself back into things, right?
Yes. So, Peggy now as well. Such a passive setup. None of these players want to give away the early frag. Instead, playing nice and slow. Pretty standard defaults. Actually, no players towards B, and once this information is gathered about the connector player, they know it's going to be the ace player, and here it comes.
It is going to take place. They try and spray through the smokes, but Jakey, he's still alive towards the site right now on the T-side. Surely they have to know that someone's going to be there. As Jakey, he flies on out, finds the first Peggy to find a second. These pistols, they're trying to get close, but they're not checking the spots, and it's going to be punishing. Mole will find at least 2, but that's the bare minimum. It's a 3v3. They still have some serious work to do, and the Molotov, it's in JT's back pocket.
The Molotov should go out towards Firebox, and I believe it just did. And now Frank's doing the molly. Can he get the kill? And no, instead he will be sprayed down by JT, Mole, and Rattlesnake in the 1 versus 2. Both these kills actually coming out in their favor, but it's Dances in the 1 versus 1 now. 73 HP for him. Spraying down, but Mole with the Tech 9 wins as he jiggle peeks left and right and takes down Dances.
4 frags for him in that round.
Another
Huge
4K
performance from him.
Another 4K for Mole there. Frankster needs to step up right now. I don't want to say anything bad, but he could potentially be looking like it's a 4 versus 5.
Saying it how it is. He needs to have an impact. Whether it's just being the support player, throwing those nades. I don't mind if he's not necessarily getting those frags.
Yep.
But he needs to be a part of the team. So that's where my eyes are going to be drawn to right now. I want to see what he can deliver just to be that 5th man.
Mole and Rattlesnake, both, you know, the coolers you could say for this team. In that 2 versus 3, they win it 1 frag apiece, and then Dances and Mole in that 1 versus 1. Well played there by Mole. The Tech 9 doesn't stand and spray, allow Dances to connect the spray to him. Instead, jiggle peeks and taps him down. Full eco as well for Zenex. 1 minute 20 on the clock, so just going to see a slow default coming out from this 1 3. Don't want to give away the guns. They want to keep the money nice and high.
Yep, should just be able to do it nice and easily. The bomb is going to try and get its way down, and you have to look at the spot on the site right now. We don't want to get at least net some damage here and there, but well, it's going to be a bit of a all there and everywhere sort of scenario because shots will be fired. But, well, damage from Weber, 1 HP.
1 HP for Weber does stay alive, and that's important because look at the money. Imagine if he had to drop an AK or rebuy, his money would be in tatters. But if they lose this, they can still force by the next. So Zenex going to have to. Oh, it's the last round. What am I looking at? Jesus Christ, mate. Too much Counter-Strike for one day. Look at the scoreboard. Final round, 15th round, 9-5. Can Zenex get to double digits?
Certainly would be ideal. Shaney going to be setting himself up to try and hold off this mid-push. Dances with the crossfire. This is perfect from the CT side. Fish, welcome to the slaughterhouse as Frankster at least finds himself 1. But yet again, it's going to be the bare minimum because it leaves Weber a 1v4. Nothing to stop this one from taking place. Zenex, very quick, very easy.
Then again, Fish 1, 2, 3. You got to think, yes, they are a mix. You know, all that drama, all that team internal drama that happened only a few days ago means that Fish 1, 2, 3, they probably haven't practiced yet, just playing as a mix. That means, hopefully, when you look at the players on, you know, or look at the players on paper, a very strong, potentially a very strong CT side here.
I'm excited for the CT side. I think there's a lot they can, certainly deliver as a lineup. But we have to see that. We can't just kind of be letting it happen and hope for the best. We need to see them right now, because if they don't show up, at least in this pistol, we are looking at that round build up for Xenix, where they get to 11 from there, can try and catapult it to 13, and we're back at that point of, well, just a domination.
This could be a double fake as well. The smoke's going towards A. The players are pushing out. It's only be 2 players, so those players can be one selling the fake. And actually the mid push comes in, and once they see the player in T-spawn, it's going to be given away, but Mole with 2 nice headshots, Rattlesnake as well in T-spawn. And they know the game is up right now for Xenix. They know what's going on.
You talk about that individual press. We almost demanded it. We wanted it to be laid out in front of us. Well, what a way to show it. Mole, again, they're going to try and go for this bomb plant, but Cryptics should be able to win it before it even completes, and that's what's going to take place. Yes, Dances will find himself one. But that is about it, a 1v4.
A 1v5.
Wow.
Yeah, a bit too much to ask for there. Frankster does take him down. 10-6 and Fish123, they win their pistol. Both pistols going in favor of the CT side, and that is very, very important in terms of the economy. Fish123, they need to have clean rounds here. The bomb did not go down, which means the T is potentially going to force. And actually, no, they're off for the full save, so they're thinking in the head, we've got 10 rounds. We don't need to get any more rounds on the board just yet. Play nice and safe, have stronger 4x rounds, maybe even a double up setup. I doubt it, though, but potentially.
It's always a potential. But for now, this should just be Fish. I'd like to say looking to make some money, but to be honest, for Fish right now, rounds, very, very impressive.
Yeah, any rounds that Fish can gain here. And the thing is as well, versus the P250s and Glock, they need to be clean rounds.
Take some sort of shape and well, you talk about clean. The minute we say the actual word, we say that buzzword, not so much. Going to be Peggy and JT actually to total up to 3. So this is a 2v2 right now, which is
They have no armor though.
almost unheard of. They don't have armor, but you look at it even away from that, just the sheer amount of damage that Fish has just received, well, not looking too pretty at all.
Oh my
Now,
God,
whether
they can
6
go
HP,
B now
JT,
as well.
another, now they can go towards B, and well, yet again we find ourselves looking at a situation that we almost say is impossible. Oh, impossibility. Well, that's been something that's haunted us all of this cast. As Prankster, a 1v2, he's been struggling right now, so he's been having a mare of a game. He needs to step up for his team. This is the clutch for him to win.
I did just check as well, 2 for 14. Can he make it 4 for 14? Can he win the round? But oh, he expected a double fake coming out. But Xenix, they are not overthinking the situation. They read it like a book. They know, oh, we've killed that player towards Whorehouse. B is clear. They ran B. And now with no kit as well, it's been so hard for Franks. He needs to play aggressive, needs to play nice and fast. But he's been spotted now. And now the T's can play a crossfire. They can play to cover themselves.
Shane almost trying to bait him in, just saying, you know, come and get me, I'm right here, push, keep on pushing, and that kind of almost prospect in itself is making Frankster kind of just dive all over the place. He doesn't know where to look, and Shaney, so crisp with that headshot. Great stuff coming out from Xenix. That looked impossible on paper, shouldn't have happened.
One full eco going in favor of the T's. Oh, sorry, for Xenix, and another going in favor of Fish123. So 2 miracle rounds this game, both in the T's favor.
The concern for me now is we've basically just got ourselves into what has effectively been a tug of war. It's been initiated. Fish, they have to come back into this one to try and shut down Xenix and get themselves that economic advantage. But if they don't, we're back at that almost same round table where we discussed that if Fish didn't win the pistol, they were almost looking out of it.
But Xenix are going to be on hyper alert right now. They've realized what just happened. They realized, I don't want to say how lucky they got, but how greedy Fish123 got when they played towards mid. They took the close range engagements and they went in favor of Xenix. And now Xenix looking to get another on the board, make this 12-6. If they win this, Fish123 on the eco, 13-6, potentially.
That is pretty much my point, right? It comes down to this round. This is going to be pivotal, and well, not quite an even playing field, but there is Kevlar behind these pistols this time around, so can see what they can deliver. Whether in an elevator angle, hit some shots, but it's leg shots. It's
how many deagle shots can he eat? Jesus Christ, maybe it's that ping making him hard to hit. I'm not too sure, but the B contact shall come out from Xenix here. And this is actually quite a good play. I do like this. Let's hope that Cryptics has got something to say.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can see them kind of argue back as Molotovs. They are going to be thrown out, certainly in a flexible fashion. The Cryptics, well, he's all but me.
Yes, as he does go down, and so does Weber. Mole as well, trying to get some early frags. He gets one, but traded up by Dances. And now Shaney watching the rotate, knows where Frankster was. He goes down. Actually didn't even see Rattlesnake alive. 2 HP for him. Don't think he's going to be able to retrieve the gun and try and save that, but instead shall go down very, very soon. But, as I just mentioned before, 12-6, Fish123 on the full eco, unless they opt for another force buy, which they could do. They definitely need rounds on the board very, very fast.
I feel like if they go for that second force up, it defeats the whole point of, you know, almost why we describe it as a tug of war. It's about, if Fish won this, then we'd expect to see Xenix force up, right? But in the counterplay to that, if Fish force up now after losing this one, it just doesn't feel like there's anything for them to gain. They're just basically saying, okay, if we don't make this force up work, we're writing ourselves off completely.
You're right. I mean, the thing in their heads is they don't want Xenix to be at 13 because once it goes into that buy round, if they lose that, that can be game over just like that. Rattlesnake falls. 4 players alive for Xenix. Their money is booming, especially after winning the full eco. 12-6. Fish 1-2-3. Do they force again?
This force up right now is a poison apple hanging in front of them, and as much as that may look like something they want to completely avoid, if they go for it, it'll have completely different connotations to it.
On the CT side, though, it is good. Well, I don't want to say good, but is plausible. They can still claw this back and get the 10 rounds they need to finish this off. I mean, once the momentum goes in the CT favor, it's definitely very, very winnable.
By the way, we have our response well and truly into this one, and well, off the back of us not really looking too much at it, we know what's going on. It's going to be one frag to be found, but Xenix, they get it in their stride. Fish, they don't go for the force.
13-6 now. Fish will have no AWP, and this is the problem. As you know, on that CT side, it is hard to get the early pick on the AWP. It's hard to hold mid as well. Without the AWP, we could see them get, you know, maybe a double patch palace push, maybe some push towards B-apps, or try and get some early aggression that way. So it's looking like it might be a connector take here. This could be the push towards mid.
Well, back on this elevated position yet again, and he's been doing this a fair bit, so this should be something that is almost certainly going to be known and will eventually drop off, so not really going to have too much of an impact either way. But right now we're waiting to see how their setup is going to work, because this is pretty much almost a de facto standard T side. They're setting up towards the A site. Smoke's all going to be landing out. Over towards CT, over towards stairs, going to be awaiting for one, perhaps even towards jungle. Xenix, their bets? Oh, they're all in towards A.
Frankster right now needs to step up and hold the line if he wants any chance of winning this game, but it's going to be Dances coming up ramp, going towards Tetris. Can he get the entry frag? Will he lose the jaw? Oh my god, full blind. He just double taps Frankster's face right off, and now JT with the late lurk takes down Weber as he tries to rotate towards A, but Mole tries to answer back, but Dances again with another frag, 4 versus 2.
He picks up the phone, but it's one that's so easily traded, and it's going to be the same storyline for Rattlesnake. Should have just perhaps let it go to Antiphone, because at this point, they're getting nothing done. Cryptics are 1v3. He's being Molotoved off. His point of impact nullified. Now he tries to peek back on through it again. Uses that right angle, but Peggy spots him out. Walks into the shadow. Shaney lands himself a tag. The Cryptics, he's in dwindling numbers at this point. We'll find the headshot on towards JT, so brings it back to at least a doable 1v2 and manages to at least dodge the effects of that flash. But this crossfire from the T side, they shouldn't just face. They should just sit patient, wait for him to peek, and there you have it. The double peek from Xenix, 14-6.
Dances right now sitting at 28 frags in 20 rounds. He's had a phenomenal game so far. 14-6 right now. Fish 1-2-3. They need 9 on the board straight away. Not straight away, but just in unison. Get 9, make it OT if possible, or win 10 in a row if they want to take this. I don't really see it happening.
I think we can comfortably say straight away at this point, you know, we're looking at an imminent future of if they don't take this, then they're guaranteed for overtime. Or guaranteed to be playing for overtime, should we say?
Oh yeah, for sure, because they'll be 15. Yeah, of course.
It's almost that, you know, imminent future at this point where they have to try and make something work, both in terms of at least doing damage in this round, trying to have an impact. But this pretty much makes their buy round just ever so important, because you know, you take the scoreline completely out of it.
Have they ecoed? They've only got Deagle and no armor. They are actually playing for OT.
Yeah, they are committing to it, but it's just such a risky prospect for them. This is something I'd say, okay, maybe forcing could have been an option.
I mean, in their heads they're thinking, you know what, guys, we are the more experienced players. We've played together, not as a team, but played the game a lot longer, we've been in this situation far more times, many more times than Xenix have. You look at the younger players on here, like Dances, potentially Jakey as well. But right now, it is the newer players that are stepping up. Dances, only 1 frag, so 29. Let's see if he can get to 30 before this game ends.
Looking for 1 in this round. That is it. The number to be called will be that number 1. And well, 30, even 29, I think that extra 1 doesn't really play into it. Just the fact that he's sitting 29-8. You look at the sheer difference between him and Shaney and JT. It just shows how individually strong he is being. And he's pretty much the catalyst that is bringing Xenix through.
The thing I want to talk about as well is, when I first was playing with Dances on Mirage, this was the map he always struggled with, but enough about that. Dances there with the refrag. He's on 30. Frankster does get another frag for himself. JT falls. 1-man lead now for Fish 1-2-3.
Xenix almost getting a little bit comfortable as they try and push out on towards that A site, and it's something that Fish, they are stood up for, because there wasn't too much utilised to make that an easy victory for them. Mole, over towards Underpass, catches off Jakey, and bit by bit, Xenix, well, comfort, whatever it may be, the 2v4 arises.
This is where they're thinking in their heads, if we win this, 8 more to go, and once they get the momentum on their side, this could be plausible, but slow play now from the T, playing from mid. They want the CTs to go for information and peek into them, especially with the AWP on Shaney. But Frankster pushing, they know what the game is. Push both ends, they know both these players are on mid.
They know they're there, but how are they going to approach things? Because it looks like Underpass may be a spot to be taken by Cryptics. For Dances and Shanies, they're looking like they want to peek in towards connector, but Weber, too hot on the trigger, finds the first, flicks towards the second, and a headshot will seal the deal.
Strong round there for Fish123, but the point I was making was Dances on 13 now. We always say his name, but I just want to finish off this point and then we can move forward from there. But when I first started playing with Dances on Mirage, this map used to be his worst by far. I used to absolutely hate it. Because on the CT side he played A and he was, no disrespect, but horrendous at it. As soon as he swapped towards B short, it opened him up to allow the double AWP setup to come out, allow him to AWP. When he was put on the secondary AWP, he just shined. And look at him now, playing phenomenally. 23rd round now, 15-7. Fish123 make one slip up. Could lose it, but Moles sprays down one and stays alive.
The most important thing, staying alive, as now Rattlesnake falls in to be the man from behind, catches off Jakey, and it's just looking so good for Fish123 at this point. They've taken just this whole thought process of making one man feel like 1,000 right to heart. As at this point, these picks there coming up trumps, but let's see if a mistake will come in, because that's what could pretty much end this one before it even gets going. They found themselves one, they're looking for the second, but we do see that pick in return on towards Frankster, which puts us back to a 4v3, and my eye is drawn to Mole and Rattlesnake, 6 and 12 respectively, and Shady, well, deletes Rattlesnake straight off the bat.
And now it's a 1-1 setup, 1-1-1-1 setup for the CT side, one player B, one player mid, actually rotated towards jungle, and actually that player B playing retake. This is smart actually, just allowing himself to be closer for the retake in case the T's decide to go A, and if the T's go towards B, he's watching the cross from the apps from Kitchen with his AWP. So smokes come out. Let's see what Fish123 here can do.
I almost feel like they've had a bit of a premonition at this point, as the smoke's almost certainly going to be landing stairs, and such around the place, and Mole over towards Round tries his best. Tech9 from Shady will find that quick trade, but this is so risky, and I like the fact he's gone aggressive into CT, but if he has to find this quick flick pretty much, if he doesn't,
It's the 1
or he
versus
sits
1.
back, it's so tough, but it is that 1v1, but it's the same storyline over towards side as well.
Oh, the smoke. Weber surely shouldn't expect him here. Maybe he does. The flashes, both flashes come out, but JT wins the 1 versus 1 versus Cryptix, takes him down. Weber now in the 1 versus 2.
These two 1v1s, they have converted into something oh so truly great for Xenix. They have themselves a chance. Can they end this one right here before it even gets going? One round, not quite enough to keep up the clutch as Weber throws down the Molotov. He's going to get spotted out, but he finds the pick through the edge of that smoke on towards JT. A 1v1 now, Xenix. They're trying to end the game. Shady going to be playing nice and passive at this one. Sits over towards jungle, goes for the peak.
Oh, he's whiffed
the shot, though. He's whiffed the shot. Weber, the
going on?
timing is going to wreck him. The Tech9 from Shady is going to end it. Xenix, they will take this one. So unfortunate in the way we approach it, though.
16-7 now in favour of Xenix there. I mentioned the wild card player being Dances, and he really showed up there, especially on the CT side of his AWP. Great play from him, and Fish123 definitely showed them playing as a mix. And the next map is Train, and that's the problem right now. If you're thinking more of a I don't want to say public map, but more of a pub map would be Mirage and Cash. Obviously, Cash being banned out, Fish123 pick Mirage. You can pug that map, you can mix that map a lot more than you can Train.
Either way, we are going to dig into Train very soon, but in the meantime, we are going to head straight to a break. We'll be right back with you very soon. Just such a difficult angle, but they walk dead set into him, drops them all dead with a quick spray. Actually throw anything down, the smoke over towards MBK will actually pretty much deny any sort of Molotov, and picks on both sides of the board. But Lazar is going to go down. It is the 2v2, but the quick aggression is coming in from the CT side. They're going to try and deny this one off of the aggression, but Lazar, with a perfect shot, brings it to a 1 versus 1. There was Rezu more than happy to respond, but he's still got to swing out with this M4. He's toggling the fuse. He's going to be sticking to one. The peak is going to be coming in. Lazar, he swapped to an M4. The spray to come in. It makes things work. The answer is going to be no, because the elevated angle is going to shut things down smoother. He catches off the jumping shot.
Especially because Aaron's is netting that frag. It's good, the 1 versus 1. He will get the kill, but the Molotov will mean the round win for Endpoint. Actually, will it? 5 HP!
He gets away with it just by calculating the amount of damage he's going to take. Almost a bit of luck, or perhaps even knowledge. This is going to be difficult, but Hype and Adam, they will combine 2 frags to be collected. Robin will at least pick up 1 in return, shutting down the AWP. But even with that said, it's a 2v3. they still have themselves in such a tough predicament. Still workable, especially if the solar peak comes in.
Oh, you need to be winning that. You need to be winning that trade if you're Korean. Now Dom, 19 HP, has the flash, but will get sprayed down by well.
Hugely unpredictable, so 16-5, 16-6 is kind of where I'm leaning towards right now. But they are straight into this one. It's already going to be some very quick aggression, and Robin, he is just going to be dropping them dead. Back-to-back headshots, ladies and gentlemen, is what we will see. 4 quick frags for him. He is playing for his fifth. Jenko going to steal it out of his hands.
They don't care. This is the thing. They have no respect for you. Guard. The A site will be FM's, but instead he finds the first. Sprays down another one. Sprays down 3. Can he get any more?
You could almost say sitting ducks.
They're playing very passive. This is the problem when they play passive. The flash comes down from Ozzy. Gets 1, gets 3.
Actually, a man how to try and do the damage. We talked about that pistol. It finds the first crack-on headshot, but Aaron's up. 20 seconds, that is going to be the time to really keep an eye on this point. Aaron, he's doing so much work with this rifle, single-handedly annihilating the side of Kaz. Some damage, really game, and we talked about whether he'd save it. Looks like he's just going for the damage we love. Oh yeah, the more damage-based route, we'll find some of these 1 frag, but he's actually giving them a really good run for their running. So if he finds themselves that early shot on towards the cranium of Ezo, this could actually happen right now. They will be peeking ever so comfortably around, but Jacob, he makes it work. He thought it was impossible.
As well. And now the pistol run coming out. 5 players outrun.
They're going to be tapping away, trying to go back to the old faithful side. Even then, is it going to lead to anything? The answer is going to be equip it. Very surgical in the way he's approaching this. He's going to find himself a very nice one tap a second on towards Emmy.
Underpass, and now they're going to have to run into
stairs, but my concern is going to be them losing the AWP, but Dreamer too quick on the trick.
Park, sorry. Anyway, Zio the shotgun. He's so known for his Mag 7. He's just like
trying to achieve. Really, that free gift is just totaling up so much now. Zio just going to be doing a lot of work through mid doors, making it nice and easy, just slicing through.
He does love the easy ones.
Yeah, right now he's just feet up, loving life, making it happen. Now is the GTM. They got themselves an opportunity and a motivating factor much quicker.
This is smart as well. The early pick and clap there as well.
Now looking to come out towards platform, and albeit Snaky will fall, Isaac next to follow, but Trouble, he's now going to be live with the AWP.
The one versus 2, the flash is failed, just quite getting there because doesn't let the front, not the cross there, takes down 1, gets traded.
The trades, they are still, yet again, the crucial factor of Tickles. He's just going to be given so many angles, so many facets to swivel on around, go for these repeats.
Hello, hello, gentlemen. We are back with the final game of the night, Xenex versus Fish123, and Xenex with a very, very strong showing on the first map, taking down Fish123, 16-7 Mirage, and that was actually not their map pick, and now it is their map pick, Train.
Train, my biggest fears for a mixed team, straight off the bat. I am wrecking in nightmares right now. This is not looking okay. Give me some comfort. Is there any light at the end of the tunnel?
Fast aggression towards team main. If you are the T side here and you think you're the more individually skilled players, fast out team main, take the aim jewels with the CTs. Don't allow them to set up towards Ivy, Green Train, all those positions. Instead, just go fast out team main, try and show aggression towards the CT side, because if you play it slow, we know that Xenex has a very, very good double up setup, and passive T play will definitely favour the CT side with Dances and Shanies on that AWP.
We're going to be looking forward to seeing what those AWPs can do and if they get to be brought back into high gear. But there also is a couple of other elements. Now, we've talked about the mixed team element, but for a structured lineup, Train, this is looking great for them. It's almost the direct flip side.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're going to be having a couple strats that is almost guaranteed them bomb plants, economy, even potentially rounds. Even just knowing the smokes in unison, having the wall of smokes, allowing yourself to get the bomb down when you're on the low buys, no armors and the full ecos and whatnot is so important. And Fish123, you better hope you win the pistol.
You mentioned smokes. Now, we talked in the first map, and something I touched on directly was that on Mirage, you can just kind of, everyone knows the basic smokes, right? Everyone knows that smoke on towards CT, the smoke on towards stairs, etc. On Train, would you say that's a similar sort of affair, or is it a map you go into and go, these guys aren't going to know too many smokes as players?
Oh, actually, something I didn't even see is actually Pickles is playing instead of Frankster. Maybe Frankster, maybe feeling a bit off, could be ill, could be, who knows.
I know that feeling right now, I'll tell you about that.
Yes. But anyway, to touch on, I was about to bring up the point that Frankster being new to CSGO, obviously being an ex-Source Pro, he's only got about 1,200 hours in the game, and at that point, I definitely did not expect him to know Train smokes. But he has been subbed out for Pickles. I'm not really too sure what the problem is for Frankster. Maybe just saying, you know what, mate, I've had a bad game, you can fill in for me. Fair play. I mean, Pickles, very strong aimer, very, very good for the. He's hopefully going to be very good for their T side, as I mentioned before. Fast aggression, try and take those early aim drills, and don't allow the AWPs to come into play.
Yeah, certainly I'm looking forward to seeing what can be brought to the table. And overall, I don't think the Pickles change is going to add too much or change too much. It's still a mixed team.
Actually, yeah, Pickles makes a massive difference. Think about it. Yeah. What team?
Read into this for me.
Which team did Pickles leave to join Fish 123?
That's actually a point.
Zenex. Zenex is the short
That's
answer.
actually a really solid point. That kind of glossed over my head right there. And I mean, still, I want to dig into this now. We've got the knife round. We can kind of let that one happen. Why do you think that gives them the direct comparison? Do you think Pickles is going to know exactly play by play what they're going to do?
This is the thing. Pickles left about 2 weeks ago or so. Actually, was it before Masters? Yeah, it was before Masters started. Actually, Dance was the player that replaced him, and in 1 month, a lot can change. And that Zenex lineup with Pickles wasn't together too long, so maybe they didn't even go over train. Then again, Pickles potentially knowing the tendencies and whatnot of the Zenex side, but Dancy's in the last map. If he can bring the same form here, we could be seeing a 2-0.
Yeah, looking to see if that 2-0 will begin to take hold, but for now, it is just going to be the conclusion of this knife round coming very, very soon. And it is going to be Fish, so we can see, are they going to start on that T side or hop on over towards the CT side? It's going to be waiting for that one to really take hold. And it looks like the swap is going to be potentially called. And yeah, they are already well and truly on the ball. As Cryptic's acutely going to mention. Because there we have it, the swap. It does come on in. It's going to be Fish over on the CT side. Zenex over on the T side. And we're going to swing straight into this pistol round. It's going to be 5 sets of Kevlar for Fish. So just looking to really pin this one down. No kit. Nothing too crazy. Just those Kevlars. And then, of course, on the Zenix side of things, it's a bit more utility focused. They've got themselves 2 smokes and a whole lot of flashes behind that. Now, they're going for this on the basis that they want some utility for a push, frankly put. Looks like potentially is going to be a bit of a B hit unless they decide to dive down through Pop Doggers. Those glass windows, they are going to be smashed, which certainly gives us the idea that a fake could be on the cards. But in the same regard, JT, he's lining up for a smoke. This could be very nice coming out from them, but it's patience as Rattlesnake is actually going to be going for a bit of a push and nets himself quite a bit of information as a flash is going to go off, but it's going to go for a bit of a vague direction. There's still no information to be garnered, yet they're still very bunched up as a team on a whole. Jakey going to be dropping down through Pop with now diving towards the left side of these trains, and Cryptix, he's home towards diving now. He's trying to pin things down, gets that first headshot on towards Becky. Jakey will respond with one on towards Rattlesnake. Dante's another on towards Pickles Mole in return. This is a frenzy right now. A 3v3 is where we find ourselves situated, but anything can happen here. The D side, they've got themselves on the site, but the CT side, they're ever so close. They're literally practically hugging their opposition. So who's going to get the shots? As Cryptix snaps on towards the head of Jakey. Shaney now pushing up close and personal to try and find that trade, and he does the job again to a 2v2. Mole now pushing up close to Shaney. Feels like I'm always looping over myself, repeating in a state of repetition as JT the headshot on towards Mole. And Zenex, they will come up trumps. A pistol round going to be on the board for them. Sets himself up in a comfortable stance, but they're not getting away from this one easily. They still have to put up a solid fight. It's not just going to be, oh, all right, guys, we're up against the Nico now. We can just gloss on through. No, Fish, they're going for this one. Guns blazing. Pistols are plenty. They've got some utility, of course, the flashes. And most importantly is going to be the smokes on Mole and Rattlesnake. And Cryptix with the scout as well. He'll be looking for those tags. And basically, if he finds a tag, pistols, their whole kind of ideology is, okay, you find a tag, we'll mop up the rest. Either way, Dante's coming in there with the SMG. Fires off a couple, but it leads to, well, a bit of a void for now. The flash is going to go off, and they're just trying to bait a bit of response and we'll see, okay, are you going to go aggressive? Which, talking about aggression, Dante's, he lives up to that, and Rattlesnake is going to punish him. Weber now looking for a headshot on the 1x1 peaks. This could be extremely painful now for the T-side. They're pushing straight into Weber. How is he getting away with this one? Finds himself the tag. Cryptix with the scout. Goes for another. Gets it on towards Heaven. Shaney, a 1v4. 30 HP. Zenex, are you throwing this one away again? This is unbelievable. Shaney trying to make it happen. Got himself the rifle. Finds the frag on towards Rattlesnake, but Cryptix, he's going to end it with the USP. Fish, they get themselves the return with the force up, but that should not have been, well, able. Of course, the Zenex, we use that kind of whole idea of a tug of war in terms of the counterplays and the constant force-ups, but right now, for them to do too much into this one, it's going to be a tough ask. We are going to see a double scout play coming from Shaney and Dances, but the comparison for me is on the C2 side, you can find those tanks, you can withdraw, and you can kind of hold the angles with the pistols. On the T side, you have to go aggressive, you have to make a play, and, well, again, we talk about aggression. Rattlesnake, he does the job, the shotgun, there to claim the life of JT. Shaney is going to get knocked down to 64 HP. Nothing too crazy just yet. Cryptix will be, of course, looking for his life with that scout. He's just going to be holding the angle ever so dearly. Falls back away from Ivy, so being a little bit more passive about things. Rattlesnake going to lose his life to the hands of Jakey. It should be quickly ended, but no, Pickles, a bit of a blunder. enables Zenix to find this. And are we seeing another reversal? Because this is a 4v2. And I can't believe what I'm witnessing yet again. Dancy's another headshot on towards Cryptics, of course. The bomb has found its way down over towards that A site. Fish, they have to be questioning how on earth are they even going to get remotely close, let alone play for the win. Which, of course, I'd say is pretty fair and pretty justified on why they're going for what is almost a guaranteed save. You know, we'll talk about theoretics. How are they going to get close? Let's run down. They've got a smoke. They've got a flash. They could try and flash in through connector and go for that two-pronged attack. That smoke could be their kind of aiding factor to get out. But once they get out from connector, where are they going to face? If they try and face towards Pop Dog, they're leaving themselves open from behind. If they try and face further forward, they're always basically going to be open. That's kind of the moral of this story. No matter where they peek, there's always going to be someone in another angle facing them, and it's never really going to work. So saving a rifle and an SMG, much better for Fish, and it does enable them to kind of toy with the idea of doing something in this round off the back of that, as we could see some drops. We could just see them go for these light pistols. Another scout, of course, going to come into play. That seems to be a given in this matchup so far, as Pickles, the man to be wielding it. But for Zenix, it's not amazingly great. They still have to keep Shaney and Dancy's on the scout themselves respectively, so certainly a lot of long-range based play. But if there's a map for long-range, Train, it's probably one of the best at that. Snake still living up yet again to bringing the heat. Something that seems to sit idly by him as he's been going aggressive so far throughout this match, and looking into it a little bit again, but certainly has a bit of a teething pain when it comes down to it, taking it nice and slow, but gets faced directly into Shaney. And the CZ, more close range, it's his best friend, as the frag will be found. Pickles faces somewhat over towards Ivy, but I do like the fact that Fish are, falling back. They're not necessarily choosing to face straight up, and arguably whether that's down to the read or just trying to play it safe, either or, they're both win-wins for the CT side. Of course, Cryptics is going to peek out through the tips of Ivy, looking to head up towards, or back towards, should we say now, as he's going to fall back and net some information. So now they know Ivy is clear. They can either say, okay, they're going to all-in us towards the site, which, I don't even need to run through the rest of the theoretics, as they know that it's going to be that all-in the smokes. They are going to be landing. The scout, though, that angle has not been covered. Pickles could do so much work here. Finds the headshot on towards JT, looking now for the second on towards JT. Pickles, are you kidding me? The second on towards JT gets it through the smoke mole on the site on towards Dancy's, and it leaves Peggy all alone. So many angles to check. Cryptic's going to overwhelm with the 5-7, and Fish, they keep up the fight. They bring us back to that 2-2, and, well, how wrong we were in a nutshell, to be honest. We talk about that tug of war. We never expected it to get to this 2-2, constantly these rounds being traded backwards and forwards. Who's actually going to get this string? Who's going to actually grind out and get more than one in a row, actually start getting things together, getting themselves an economy? And it looks like Zenix, they've decided, you know what, as much as we want our stake in this, it's time for us to concede. It's time for us to go for that eco. It's not meritable for them to invest too much money into this one, and well, I think that is a smart call. At the end of the day, it comes down to someone has to submit, someone has to play for the more longevity side of things, and Zenix to go for that, well, arguably being the bigger person, but also still making themselves an opportunity. Shaky, the headshot on towards Cryptics, but Mole and Pickles taking to restore a level of normality. Shame he can do a little bit more, and the fact that Pickles couldn't quite find that is a little bit rough, but still, it is just pistols. Shaney has picked himself up a rifle with a 1v3. Well, I don't want to use the word impossible, because apparently we've learnt today, never go full Moses, never commit to the 100%. Which, thankfully, we didn't. Shaney, he is going to be knocked down a peg, and we find ourselves with Fish getting themselves onto that streak. They've got themselves their last two. But where are they going to go from this? Because Zenix, they put a level of backing into this, but I'm looking at their money right now, and to be honest, this isn't giving me a kind of an urge to say, okay, buy around this, which is exactly why they're not. They're going to go for, what you could consider to be a bit of a half buy here and there. Jakey getting himself up some Kevlar, they've got some utility. They're going to be looking to try and play for a bomb plant at minimum. That would be ideal for them. Damage, well, that's just going to be an added bonus. But will they get the bomb plant? That's a pretty serious question. Of course, the utility they have, those 4 smokes, they could just go for a quick and comfortable execute. But then we talk about smokes. JT, first in line to fall. But those smokes, they are going to be going off, and well, my one concern, smokes, they act as a shroud, they hide you. But that doesn't mean you're invisible. It's not the whole, okay, well, if I can't see them, they can't see me. No, that's not the case. We've seen so many shots coming in through these smokes, and well, it doesn't even matter anymore as they dived over towards the B side, but they're walking into Weber's crosshair. Dancy tries to go for a preemptive jump, but just doesn't quite make it work, and just enable the mow down. Peggy, though, with the deagle, that is insane. How does he get away with it? Yet again, 2 quick shots right around the corner. But he has to play for so much more, playing for the ace at this point. Mole, his head is next on the platter. Is it going to connect? The answer, well, there you have it. Going to be a bit of denial. Mole going to shut him out But I don't want to take that away from Peggy. If anything, I'm going to step back and give him some props because that was, wow, that was something else. Leading us a 4-2 scoreline. Now, looking at the way this is swinging, it is looking relatively solid from Fish, but in the same regard, it's so early days to make anything work because we've been waiting for this buy from Xenix. Now, this is a pretty huge round for them in terms of momentum, and most importantly, you know, the missing link, the AWP of Shady. But we talk about that. He's stuck in a corner right now. He's trying to try and peek. Mole is going aggressive, and pretty much Fish, they're trying to mount the pressure on all fronts. Rattlesnake, he drops down on towards Peggy. Where is the response? Shady, are you asleep? You need to do something there. But he sits tight. He doesn't want to lose at the AWP, leaving him in a 3v5. And I know a 3v5 is workable. I know they can try and find a pick, they can play around that, but that feels like a dastardly mistake because on a T side, when you're this zoned out and there's still a good chunk of utility left from the CT side point of view, it's going to be so tough for Xenix to try and get themselves back into this. We need to see some sort of response. Whether they group up as a team, that may feel like one of the best plays they can make at this point. But Mole, again, going aggressive. Finds himself a quick and easy headshot on towards Dancy's. Jakey looks up towards Ivy, goes for the continuous spray, but it's only going to net him one. Now, Shaney, the man of the match should be Shay, or the man of the hour more appropriately, but we talked about him needing to have a bit of a response. Doesn't quite save his teammate, but the fact he's finding now could add up to Natalia, make this one at least, well, at least doable, should we say, as 44 HP is his number. Being pushed in from every single angle, has to be very aware of his surroundings, which, accreditation to him. He knows Mole's from behind, so he's going to hold the angle, he's going to sit tight, but with 25 seconds on the board, give or take a few. His time, well, it is going to be up. It comes down to, you have to save. Is he going to check his right corner? The archer is going to be, no, he sees him, the knife is going to be coming out, but Shaney, he finds the no-scope. Mole, he tries for the money, tries for the stab. Won't quite connect it, but it is still the save, so nothing too crazy. Can't expect Shaney to be doing anything in a matter of 5 seconds. Not quite Usain Bolt, unfortunately. Going to get himself on the site. But hey, a little bit more damage to be done. It means that Fish, well, maybe not going to be building up in too huge of a manner, but in the same sort of regard, stringing together the last 4. 10k on Rattlesnake, 10k on Weber. I wouldn't take my chances if I were you. Of course, 5-2. Rolling into what will be our 8. And Xenix in this, off the back of that save, it does put them in a bit of a predicament because they want to play around this AWP. They don't want to cast Shaney out on an island. But in the same regard, what is the line for them? Well, I think it's fairly sensible for them. They don't want to invest too much, but they do invest just enough to be supporting the Kevlar and the Tech-9s. But how do they approach this? So far, it's a lot of grouping action. They have kind of put Jakey over towards Ivy, and he's the man just to kind of almost be a bit of a baiting point of view for this T side. A flash is going to be popped from JT, so certainly being more aware of the CD side composition, the fact they do like to go aggressive, and Jakey pushing right up through Ivy. Cryptic's not quite aware of this one, but eventually goes to the white face. He does get the frag. Still, all our eyes going to be drawn most magnetically to that AWP. That pretty much could change the face of this round. If it doesn't work, that'd be great, but we're already going to be deleted. Mole now with the elevated angle finds himself the double spray down, looking for that tertiary frag, and Peggy, well, is going to try and dance through the smoke, but he can only weave so far. He will eventually try to back up in towards that alleyway, the corridor that leads you down, but well, he's greeted by only one thing, and there's going to be nades at his feet. Peggy at least find himself that one towards Mole, but that is going to be just that. Fish, they get themselves their 6th, and Xenix. Great stuff from them and the fact they didn't over-invest, which means they can go into this one with another fresh face buy. But Shaney, he's going to be on the lower side of things, but when you look towards their economy, if they just go for 5 flat rifles, the Galil, of course, one towards Shaney, it does give them some sort of level of money in the bank. Again, nothing too huge at $1,100 in Dancy, but it's an overall much more well-put-together buy. And it does give you that kind of thought process of, okay, throw and execute, go aggressive, try and force the hand of Fish, try and wake them up, give them basically the equivalent of a slap in the face. Talk about those smokes. Well, there's the old faithful. We can see him landing on out over towards the A site. They're actually going to commit to things. As Darcy's, hey, you're all alone. Your teammates, they're not even close. They are leaving you to do everything. And well, you can push through the smoke now, guys, but at this point, you're just giving this up. And then what are you doing? How are you letting this one happen? You need to go together. Where was the team playing that? Big mistakes coming in from them in this round, and not at all what I want to be seeing. But Fish taking advantage of the CT side. Xenix struggling to get things too close, and I think calling a pause at this point, smart. Of course, from a pause point of view, there's a lot more potential for them to really actually fix things. A tactical pause for a team, there's so much more you can do in comparison to a mixed team, because say for example Fish, they get behind and they call a tactical pause. What are they going to talk about aside from trying to come up with setups on the fly, trying to just test stuff they've not really tried in the game to see if the players and everything fits well together? In comparison for Xenix, a lot of this stuff is stuff that they have practiced, they put well together, so they know what works, they know what doesn't work, they know where the mistakes are going to be found. This gives them so much room to just go through these talking points. Go, okay, you know what, we're going to change this. We're going to go a little bit quicker. We're going to go a little bit slower in these spots. We're going to put more emphasis towards Ivy. We're going to try and work towards B. We're going to put more emphasis towards the upper side of B. Because, in fairness, that's actually a point that we can go into. The upper side of B, it's not really been touched. We saw Shaney go there once with the AWP when they had those pistols to support it. Especially in that sort of round where you are relying on those supporting figures in the AWP to find an impact frag. I wouldn't really count that as, okay, yeah, they found one pick, if that. We need to see something more, and I think variation, maybe grouping up, going for a bit of a 2 to 3 split, 2 on the heaven side, 3 on the lower side, maybe a call in itself. Perhaps we could see some work towards Ivy. We have seen a lot of bulked up executes. But the thing about their executes, and we saw this over towards A main in fact, was they throw down these smokes, they then get themselves into position to actually converge onto the site. But then Dartseed, he pushes out first. Then a good 7-8 seconds later, the rest of his team come through bunch up as a lineup. Now, they can check for a stack, but when they're on a full buy up against another full buy, they have that read. What is the perk of that? It is still going to be, of course, that long, drawn-out pause. So, questions certainly to be raised. Xenix for this one, they are going to be going to this with rifles. And it looks like JT has made the call. They are ready and waiting. Looks like they've actually decided, you know what, we want to see an AWP, which is the topic we didn't really touch on at all. And in fairness, I can see why. They want it with a full buy, which is something that Shaney struggled with because he's pretty much relying on his pistols. Something we've dug way too much into now. So we're going to leave that one, put it to rest. Let's see what the Tech9s and Kevlar can do now. Kevlar's and Tech9, should we say. Again, stressing the point, they have to go together. But it looks like this time around they are going to be living up to that. They go as a bunched up unit, and surprise, surprise, they net themselves a frag. If only they could do this earlier. Either way, it's going to be Shaney. Finds himself another headshot on towards Pickles. Cryptics trying to be the anchor. He's doing a perfect job and finds himself a 3k mole with another. And Weber will total off with the 5th. Fish, they find their cherry, and they slam it on top. Either way, Xenix, we know that they went for a play based around an AWP. They saved. Went for a bit of a half by here and there, but it was all relying on this 11th round now. It's going to be incredibly important. If they lose this 11th round, we're looking at more damage to be inflicted and Fish really starting to bulk up their scoreline. So it's pivotal they make something work. And realistically, Shaney, we need to pick. That's what we're really looking towards. It is going to be a much more spread out default. Some presence over towards Ivy will be gained. Have, of course, got JT making sure that Snake doesn't get too comfortable in pop lock. Certainly a lot of pressure beginning to build up towards Ivy there. It's something we mentioned at the start, but that was a 2-man setup. Now it's really translated into this triple setup of Jakey, Shaney and Darcy's, and we'll see if Cryptix is going to lose his life or not, because if he does get that pick claimed onto his assault, that'll be perfect. But in the same regard, look at the amount of damage that's being inflicted. JT, 6 HP, the nades going to land at their feet even further, so it's beginning to add on up, and well, Shaney gets himself the information, gets the pick on towards Pickles, and this is where things can kick into high gear for the Xenix side. JT, of course, we mentioned just how low he was. Still sitting over towards this pop block side of things. Throws a smoke over, out now, on towards that A site. And if he can basically be a sort of lurker at this point, just make sure he keeps one of at least... Basically, we're looking at that and going past round either way. That'd be perfect. Cryptix will find himself that double kill. Dancy's to pick up the trade. On the elevated angle, could be a bit of a welcome change of pace. The bomb is going to make its way down through the corridor of Ivy. How smart of a play is this going to be as they potentially cross? Space wide. Mole going to punish him. JT will peek one out from top and catch the wrap. Say Peggy now over towards Ivy, finds another headshot on towards Mole, and this is doable. But then look at the HPs, 5 and 6 respectively. A shot from Weber on each, and that is that. And when we talk about a shot, he's over towards Pop Dog. JT knows his position, needs to just sit tight here, pretty much rely on the fact that Peek is going to come in. But Peggy, he doesn't quite peek enough, and that alone means that Weber, he's out of this one. But Peggy with a drive-by headshot, huge shot coming in from him, and wins his team the round. Xenix, they're back on the board. They're back on the fight, but I don't think it's over just yet. They have a whole new onslaught beginning to build on its way because Fish, they have so much money in the bank. $15,300 on Weber. Tremendous amounts. They are rolling in it at this point. For the next, they have to know the fight by no means over just yet, and anything, it's only just getting started. is going to be some early utility to be brought to the table. Xenix, they have themselves 5 rifles, so it is that lack of longer range pressure, but hey, perhaps Tempo, something they're looking to exploit this time around. It is going to be the same default. They've got a man over towards Popdog, keeping control of the B side of things and making sure that, yet again, Rattlesnake not too comfortable over towards that Popdog spot when he tends to rotate back through. And that triple man stack over towards Ivy, it did its job last time. They found the picks on towards the site and they opened it up, and for Xenix right now, that 10 opening, well, they have to be able to repeat it. Now, repeating that is a much, much harder task in itself. Because Fish, they're going to be aware that, okay, one of our weak points has been Ivy, so if we just play passive, we have to force them into his crossfire, and that's why we're seeing the position of Cryptix and Maul. They're pretty much saying, okay, you want Ivy? Come and get it. Push into us. And the minute they do, flashes are going to be popped. These guys, they should be able to find their frags, but the brute force technique from Xenix throws a bit of a wrench into the works. And Shaney find the first headshot onto a Cryptix, flings out for the second, and Mole, this crossfire gets nothing done. Pickles, he's trying to be the third man in, tries to make something work for his team, only manages to find himself 2, but still, you can argue that as the job people have done, as we find ourselves pitched in a 2v2, Dancy still trying to come his way out, but the information is going to be right there. Rattlesnake, he's up on the elevated spot with this M4, finds himself the shot on towards Dancy, catches off his shoulders, and Peggy, a 1v2, where can he run at this one? He's got 20 seconds on the board, he has to go for this, he's trying to isolate Rattlesnake, take that 1v1. But that's going to be a difficult task because surely Rattlesnake has the brains to realize he doesn't have to peek. He can just sit tight. Look at the map right now. Look at how close they are to each other. Peggy still running on around. Rattlesnake, he's heard those steps. They know exactly what is going to be going on. Peggy, oh, the minute he spots that face, that is the face of death right there. He knows it is all but over. The Fish, they break any momentum Xenix thought they had. Look at their economy. They are broke. They don't know how to approach this. They don't know where to go. They're T-side on train. Looking pretty uncomfortable. As Fish, well, they're back on the money front. It's back building things up, and we're pretty much, from the Xenix side of things, banking on them doing something huge with these pistols. If they can't make something work, we're looking at 10-3, and from there, 5 rounds. It's got to be that minimum for the T side. 5, 4, they could make something work, but it does rely on that pistol round as well. Which we talk of pistol rounds. You have to remember, Xenix, they won the pistol. Well, that quick follow-up from Fish makes things a little more uncomfortable and, well, almost a bit of a throwback just how unexpected that was. So now it is going to be the quick flash push lining out from Xenix. The goal here would be an overall bomb plant, which, judging from the distance Fish are playing, this should be possible, and they have got themselves at least across to the site, buying enough time for, at minimum, that plant, so not going to be complaining at all. How much damage can they inflict? JT just another headshot on towards Pickles, so really going to be adding to that tally. That means, is this anything crazy? As Cryptix and Malt, they will combine. And the Mop, well, in full swing for Fish. The only man really not to do anything in that round was Rattlesnake, and, well, he just lobbed out the utility and was just enough to slow them down. So of course that does pit us at that 10-3 scoreline, and, well, Xenix, they have a couple of ideas, but nothing has really worked out for them. The Ivy push, it was smart, but once they'd done it, Fish, they were kind of aware of it, and as well, you add into the fact that it was clutched. And now you have to add an auto sniper from Weber. This is ballsy, but if it works, Xenix, they're going to be knocked down even further, and you have to look at the fact and go, Xenix, they've invested everything they've got into this. They need this round. Push, Rattlesnake going to line him up, finds himself 2 frags for his doubles. Jakey will respond. The M4 from Cryptix going to be able to catch off Jakey in return to trades aplenty. The auto shot is not even have to do too much just yet, and is going to get punished by Shaney as he goes for the free throw through the smoke, but JT going to be pushing up towards that bomb train, trying to make the play for his team to win this one. And it's going to be Cryptix turning his back that makes that possible, but Mole, he's still on the site, he's sitting ever so comfortably, brings it back to a 1v1. Shaney with the AWP up against Mole with the rifle, they're standing around the smoke. Shaney not going to go for the pre-fire, he's holding the push, but that's not going to happen. You have to give merit to Mole, he sat back over towards Connector, but at the same time, looks like he may even be walking towards Popdog. So much time for Shaney to work with in this as well, he can pretty much plant this wherever he so chooses, but there is that kind of problem, which the longer he takes to clear the site, and the more comfortable he gets, the problem he's got when Mole will come in from Popdog, and he will try and end his days. But this smart plant from Shaney, should we say, is great because it means that once he gets that plant down, he can fall back in towards Ivy. And realistically, Mole's not going to have too much information, but he gets the free peek. A little bit of tagging damage to be found, but nothing too crazy. Mole now going quick and aggressive. The flash is just not going to do Shaney any favors at all. And Mole, he makes it work. Fish. Well, they crushed Xenix once again, and this is looking even more uncomfortable behind a second. And, well, I hope for our sake, I've not seen Xenix put too much into train. Not really had the pleasure of it in the past, but I'm Well, cross my fingers, beginning to pray. Their CT side, it needs to be flawless. Going to this. Intrigued to see what Zenex can bring to the table, and we knew their economy was going to be crushed. Thankfully, it's a little better than what we expected, which does net them those Galils, but it's a whole load of Galils. 4 Galils in play, 1 AK-47 on Shaney, and look at the just aggression coming out from Fish. They know it works. Weber, he's feeling so confident right now, but does he realize that he's going to have a cluster of 4 players pushing on into him any second now as he sits around the smoke, goes for the elevated angle, up on towards Jakey. If he even stays alive, well, this is going to be ridiculous, but Shaney thankfully going to punish him. Normality yet again being brought back to the table, but the pre-molly from Rattlesnake, great stuff because it means they have to push him out through. Now they know Rattlesnake's position, but he's still looking to do so much damage. The long spray from Shaney will net the frag, but look how much damage has been done nonetheless. 11 HP on Shaney, so much. And a number so easy to be pinched on away as it is that 3v3. They try and cross, but you're walking into Pickle's crosshair. You are asking for it at this point. And JT tries to take the longer range battles, but longer range battles with the Galil, rather you than I. Small, looking to get up close and personal. JT is going to punish that. Cryptic's facing yet again almost very discoordinated from the rest of his team, leaving it back on towards the shoulders of Pickles. A 1v1. So he's going to peek one out, looking to hold the angle, but he gets the headshot. And Zenex, well, off the back of Pickles, picking himself up 4 frags in that clutch. It's going to be a complete nice train wreck of a T-side for them. 12-3 is going to be the half-line score. And, well, we said it once, I'm going to say it again. That CT side from Zenex, it's got to be absolutely perfect. If it's not, well, we're pretty much going to be getting to the end of this one. Pistol round, very, very important in itself, because if this pistol does sway into the favor of Fish, then we're looking at 13, of course, that's a given. But then the big one is, are we going to get to 14? Because Zenex will have to basically come back with that counteracting play. We saw that happen in the first half, though, so we're not going to write it off completely, and I do think that we're not going to look at this one, especially with how swayed Train is as a map in general. Well, for now, let's just look at all the information in front of us. Let's look at what happens. Dantes is going to be playing up from the elevated angle. Gets themselves so much information to work with. Fish, they've been pretty much given the site. Zenex, I wouldn't quite call this a retake setup, just because of their positions. It's a bit uncomfortable, especially as Cryptics and Mole now going to find themselves the headshots. Well, add to that tally, and a very, very weird setup from Zenex, and one that is... I'm not quite sure what to say at this point. That is not going to do the job. Clean sweep from Fish in that pistol. I hope Zenex can make this round work. If they don't, if they decide to just hedge their bets and save, what are they going to do in the follow-ups? They're pretty much relying on so many rounds in a row. I appreciate basically the cojones on them. They've got some serious ones at that. But it feels like we are at that point now. Calling it is, of course, a little early, but the amount of damage already being done, let's see if they can do anything with these pistols at least to return the fader. It is going to be a couple of tanks here and there. Going out and finding the initial frag on towards Peggy. Mix it to a second. Shaney is going to tap on away with the USP, but Mole going aggressive, trying to make some money with the SMG, and he's got a player right behind him, but the trade's not quite going to be found until eventually Shaney is going to fade on away, and JT trying to deny that plant. So some great stuff coming out from these guys as they just tap on away, try and find these headshots. Now, if they can bring this back to a 2v1, they have numbers on their side, but right now they're struggling for that too, and Weber with the deal, well, practically crushes that dream. Shaney will fall, JT next to follow. 14-3 will be the scoreline. Fish's name, well, it's being screamed at the top of their lungs at this point as Zenex struggling so hard to get going on this map at all. But it's looking like that mixed team Price completely catching Zenex off guard. But they put emphasis on this. They wanted this. This is them squeezing out everything they've got off the back of not investing into that initial second round force up. Let's take you through it. A UMP, Thanos, backed up by a second, of course. We've got the scout on towards Dances and the rifle on towards Shaney off that M4. Are they going to get anything done with it as Shaney gets it very, very close, nearly whiffing some crucial shots, but does get that initial pick. But it's going to be quick to trade back around, like looking for that second. Another mess up by Peggy, but there's going to be that trading game, a 3v3. The Fish, they're on the site. The Tech 9 of Cryptic going to be pushing up close and personal. Dante's got so much work to do. He's got a scout in his back pocket. It's going to be such a tough one. JT from Connector will swing on in, but look at these spots. Jakey right behind Mole. Great positioning from him as an individual. But Weber, he's on a complete different side. JT, going to try and face him nice and wide. Not going to lead to anything just yet. The individual peak. Speechless. Weber certainly looking to contest this one before even going for that plant. He's just going to hold it. He's being so patient about this. And Jakey going to peek on into it, but just as Weber goes back to try and play for that initial plant after going for that read, he will get essentially caught out. So Xenix, a lifeline has been inserted. That is about it. Though there is that crucial point of economy. Fish, they can't really bring they shouldn't bring anything into it, let alone can't, which is going to be what they do. They're just going to bring some deagles here and there. Nothing too crazy. It's going to be that flat-out save. And for Xenix now, keeping it clean, that is the aim of the game. But arguably, again, this round is also more important. He's going to go aggressive, but walks right into the deagle of Weber. Does give Rattlesnake that M4. If he can get that to Pickles, that's an M4 backed by Kevlar, so really adding to that playmaker potential. As we do have a frag grenade on. Looking at the stack, it could be good, but Rattlesnake, he gets the peek on towards Shaney. Another rifle to be garnered. The flash is going to be popped, and Peggy, hoping for the best at this elevated angle, gets himself those headshots. Finds the initial frag on towards Rattlesnake, the second on towards Pickles, now looking for the third on towards Weber. Can he end this one right before it even gets going? The answer is going to be yes. A 3K for him to be claimed as Mole. Not quite the man with the rifle. Really, all there is left of him is the unit block, and one that's quickly going to be brought to him in his own grave. Is Peggy going to claim his life, totaling up to a 4K in that round. Pretty much the saving grace for Xenix, to be blunt about that, because that was getting pretty damn close, and Rattlesnake being able to find that frag with the M4 really shouldn't have been able to get away with it. He had nothing behind that, so it should have been fairly simple. Get that first shot, don't let him swivel on around, let him then find a frag on you. Either way, 14-5, of course. Xenix putting up a fight with his last two previous rounds, and for Fish, they're just looking to regain their economy at this point. They've got 3,200, give or take a couple, and then of course you've got 2,600 on Mole and Pickles. So for them, just pistols hit again, it's a given. But Cryptics with the deagle on towards Shaney, and now looking for a second. Dances with the scout is going to be playing out from above. Jakey will respond in a second, so a lot of damage to be inflicted. Money being made for the CT side, but nothing too crazy. We're not going to see cleaner in general. But the bomb is going to go down for Fish, just meaning that when they do go onto this buy, it's going to be pitch perfect. And they really can't be complaining. As Pop going to be sitting right close to that train. But Mole, well, he can sit tight, but his feet still going to be showing.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Xenix putting up the good fight, but this is the test to me. This is the one I've been waiting for, because it's pretty much Xenix, they take this round, there's some credibility to their comeback. There's an ability to say, okay, they're actually making this happen. In comparison, Fish, they take this. We're looking at Xenix with really not too much left in the bank, that we could be seeing a pretty rough force-up from Xenix to try and hold things off. Of course, Mole is going to be wielding the AWP. He's going for that quick and aggressive pick, which Shaney is going to be looking to disallow. Gets himself the information. He's going to be there and gets the pick as well. So most importantly, going to be that factor. Rattlesnake will, of course, look for that trade, but Shaney, he's holding the angle. He's going to sit tight. Wait ever so patiently, gets the second. Great stuff coming out from him, and this is where things really do begin to start to take shape. Of course, the B site is looking to be the target of Fish. Yeah, so it's very, very stacked up. And it's also being held, so they do have a tough job to pierce on through. Stancy's going to be also there with that secondary AWP now. Nice and slow is going to be the end of the game, it seems. Towards ramp, the push is going to build on up, and looks like they're going to get the free pass towards the side, but it's going to be the AWP to bring things back into high gear. JT with a frag with that AK-47, and Peggy does seal the deal with a final. And they also needed frag on towards Weber. So Xenix, I said that one's pivotal for them. They do the job, they get themselves a 7, and now we are looking at that possibility. Of course, they do still need to keep it going. It has to be flawless, because if they even make one mistake, their economy not 100% built up. You know, most notably looking at the JT Dancy side of things, probably Dancy the man to take the biggest hit. But hey, they do have one positive. Even if they do get smashed down here, they still have an opportunity to bring things back. And Shaney, he's waking up with his AWP 7-3 currently in the second half. And he's going to get another first pick on towards Mole. And now Peggy with this rifle looking to shut down and push over towards Electric. And they're just doing this one absolutely perfect. Peggy finds herself two right through the side of Electrobox. Jackie with another on towards Weber. And bit by bit, Fish getting dropped out. Xenix with the team play. The crossfires, well, making it happen. Fish, of course, their economy going to begin to get propped on up off the back of the back-to-back losses they have receiving. Of course, this is now, what, 5 in a row for Xenix? But even then, that prop-up, it's nothing that I'd sit out and go, okay, yeah, that's groundbreakingly good. Oh, they've just been handed a check of $1 million. No, it's 2,700, 2,800 here and there. Nothing really we want to be screaming from the top of our lungs at in terms of what they have in their bank accounts. So it's going to be deals spread across the board. Dances has gone aggressive this time around, which up against pistols, potentially not the safest of course. Quick flick up on towards Rattlesnake from Shaney over towards the back markers of the site. Still two eyes on towards Dances, but he's just going to hold the angle. Ideally, he can fall back now, and there's pretty much no hope of anyone getting close to crank him down. It's nice and clean from the CT side, aside from Peggy's there. And there you have it, Jakey. The snapping headshot, the one that's the crack one through, make it work. And Xenix, they do have another fight on their hands, but this time, you know, there is that huge point, one that we've always kind of glossed on past, which is now they have enough for a perfect buy no matter what. Which means that for Fish, things are starting to really get pretty damn tough. It's 14-9. That scoreline they had, that original kind of 3 rounds that Xenix was sat on, completely changed the way things have gone. Rattlesnake with the AWP will be looking for that pick, and Fish, they will try and deny the initial pickings from the Xenix side of things. That's something that has been a given from Shamey. He's been able to pry open these rounds consistently the last 2 or 3 times with this longer ranged affair. So Fish can at least shut that down. They stop them from losing that initial set of manpower, which from there leaves them much more open to go for a fully fleshed out execute. Potentially even throw a pick-based play of their own. Of course, I do want to see them do something properly over towards this B site. It's something we've been waiting to see and something they tried to do in a bit of a half-assed attempt. But it's all about doing it together when you have everything you need, the entire tool set, which they've been able to buy everything they want into this round, so no excuses for them. But Jakey, he's so aggressive, but he makes a mess of things. Rattlesnake gets himself that pick, and huge mistake coming out from Jakey. Really needs to land that. There is the upside of knocking down Rattlesnake to 23 HP. Just losing that life, not finding that pick, could have been a completely different style, because then he could have kept on pushing, put Fish in a box, and from there, they would have been forced onto B, let alone the idea of going for it. So now, Shaney, look for that pick, will find himself that trade. So things have been somewhat repaired as there is no ability for a refrag. Cryptix is going to begin to set himself up for this push, but you have to look at these spots right now. So 2-man stack, left on the third position over towards Connector, and this is going to be so tough to try and push out through. Whoever puts the ball up towards Evan, Pickles trying to make the best of things. But the 2-man setup quickly dismantled as Darcy's with another pick with the AWP. This is perfect coming out from Xenix, albeit they stutter somewhat at the start. They repair things at the end with Dances and Peggy's the 2 men to walk away standing at the end, and even that doesn't really matter. We're looking at 15,350 on Shaney pre-buy. They have the money to replace these losses, and the rounds, they are the most important things. This is a momentous comeback from them at this point. 14-10 will now be the scoreline. Fish, you only need 2 rounds. You need to see something off the cuff, something strategical from them, because right now they're looking sidelined in the second half, completely just pushed on out, as Darcy's going to be looking just yet again for this entry pick. Something that Xenix have been doing to pretty solid success, and that has been the weakness of Fish. The minute they lose that first pick, they then seem to fall behind because they try and readjust, then they get caught off guard again, and it's that same sort of repositioning, almost slot-like mechanic. As they just find themselves caught off guard, giving away those picks. That is the moral of the story. Darcy's just going to be holding that angle ever so tight. The rest of Xenix over towards this A site, playing fairly passively, not wanting to contest up close and personal, should we say, as Fish, they have been more dominating with those close range fights. They are going to begin to form up some utility. Once we drop down over towards Pop Dog and Fish, they're just going to drop another through, so interesting decision by them to smoke a smoke. But let's see where they can go with this one. Is their play going to be a shaky over towards Ivy? His main goal will be to try and not die to Rattlesnake. That would be a good start, but also make sure Mole doesn't have too much of an impact. But Shaney, first line to fall. Becky should get to find the refrag here. Hatman on towards Pickles. Hatman looking towards his right. If he can get down towards Rattlesnake, that'd be great. But Rattlesnake and Mole, they will combine to find themselves 2 for their own troubles. And Fish, they're making this one work completely out of the blue. We talked about only 2 rounds being needed, but Rattlesnake, another on towards JT. Dancy's a 1v3. He's over towards Pop Dog. Cryptix, going to be planning it dead set for him. So Dancy's should be a very easy frag for him to find, but then you have to add into the mix Mole. He was almost staring at the angle too for seconds straight. And he changed it up, but now the shots have been fired. They know they may get him out of his feet. There is nothing Darcy's can do, and it is going to be the frag grenade to bob him up a step as Fish. They get themselves the match point. Xenix, on the other hand, though, I am beginning to kind of feel it for them. They've tried so hard to get to this point. Their comeback has been so great from them. And they have a lot of money to invest into things. A double op setup and 3 rifles. But the glue that has stuck them together has been these initial picks. The minute that got pried apart, wow. It's a piece of clockwork that was, well, systematically dismantled. So now there's going to be some aggression coming out from Rattlesnake. And he looks for the pick, but misses the opening shot. But now he's just trying to hold it, catches off Rattlesnake. So does his job towards the end of things. Mole will, of course, be looking for a quick card to trade. The flash is going to go on out. Shot going to be missed, though. Shaney, well, if he can trade this one back, that would be ideal. But he goes for a bit more of an elevator peek and will get punished. Dances, though, with another. They're keeping things nice and close, and they have themselves a man advantage. But can they keep it together as Mole spots out Peggy? But even then, this lineup, Jakey gets away with it right through that crack. But nonetheless, Fish, they only have 2 left standing. This should be completely off the cards. They have a minute to work with, and that could be, well, a wild card per se for JT. Completely caught out by Weber. The unknown spot of him being over towards B, and that pulls Dances away. Just wanted to be a bit more of a distracting element. And this is perfect for Cryptics, right? Because then he can go and grab the bomb and set himself up to go for just another surprising frag on towards that one man sat towards the back of the bomb train. But it is going to be a bit more of a rotational play at that, as Peggy has had a bit of a run-in with Dances, and they have kind of swapped out where they want to be playing. Weber is going to make the step, so could potentially be known that that CT side rotate is going to come on in. So I like the idea of Peggy to push straight through into towards Pop Dog, as that's where the bomb is going to be now. That's by far the most important thing, especially with 20 seconds left. The steps are going to be made. Cryptics, he knows he needs to go hard and fast. He's going to cross on over. Weber going to hold this angle. He's waiting for Jakey to peek the pre-fire. He's going to go out, but Weber, he's still left standing. The double peek, it has to come. Jakey, the elevated angle. Smart stuff coming in from the CT side. At least it's down to Cryptics. Can he 1v3 to close this one out? It should be impossible. It shouldn't happen by a long shot. But this is Cryptics we're talking about. But he sits there dead still. That is so brutal. And the reason why I say that it's so brutal is not the round at all. He just got tabbed out by Windows 10. That is what is being called by the guys right now. They're all spewing out a lot of non-PG-13 words. Can't quite go into them on stream, but you can get the picture. Windows 10 tabs you out in that situation. Yeah, I feel bad for the guy right now. He's going to be feeling it, and that does put Fish in a bit of a predicament. Xenix now on towards 11. Money is going to still be something that is retained for them, and they're back on these pistols. Dancy is just another initial pick, looking for some quick seconds and maybe even third ranks at this point, and Fish getting a bomb plant. That'd be great. Of course, they have got loss bonus being something they are aiming to not have to really get into, because by them not getting to loss bonus, it means they're actually, well, they won a round, frankly, but right now in comparison, it's looking pretty rough for them. Of course, they will have enough in the next round to hopefully piece something together, just taking a bit of a glance, and it shouldn't be too shaky. We'll have to see. It is going to be Mole to at least find one on towards Jakey. Training also will fall, but let's look at this money. Yeah, it's going to be everything they need, including the AWP. Mole going to be the man to opt if he wants to buy that one up or not. They do have the decision, of course, to decide, okay, maybe we want to go for 5 flat rifles, but I'd be very, very surprised. This is train after all, so an AWP, it's going to be a given. Xenix, on the other hand, they're not going to go for that secondary. They're actually just going to keep the singular in play, and they could have afforded that, so that's a decision from their part. Intriguing to see if that will pay off, or 12 they have to play for overtime. But the bigger factor there is they literally can't afford to make a single mistake. One slip up from Fish, they close it out. Shaney, hold the angle. Rattlesnake gonna keep on pushing. Should have swung up Shaney at this point, but Shaney not quite gonna bite the trigger. Peggy gonna find the train for him. Mole over towards Pop Dog with this AWP, and we talk about mistakes being made. Well, right now that is really what's coming back to haunt Xenix. 3v4. Well, the position of JT could throw a bit of a wrench in the works, and very excited to see what he can deliver. This comeback has been so beautiful to watch so far, but a masterpiece, it takes time. Right now time is something Xenix are beginning to show some signs of wear and tear. It's 45 seconds, is going to come up to the clock. Fish, if they want to go for this one, they have to begin to make a play, though they do have that man advantage. They're taking it slow. It does sit towards their court right now. If they just look to force Xenix's hand, play the trading game, they whittle down these numbers, close it out with a 2v1. They're not going to be complaining, as right now, as we mentioned, they just need 3 more thrags. That's all they're looking for. Dancy's holding the angle nice and close now. Fish, they're going to hit towards this A site. Darcy, he has an opportunity to go absolutely huge. Finds the first pick, now looking for a quick second, but can he do it? The flash going to be looking to set itself up, not quite going to throw it. A bit more of a defensive man over towards Connector, doesn't want to be pushed, but the smoke is going to go down from the part through the smoke, but can they deny it? The answer is going to be no, but Darcy's is still alive with the AWP, but it's going to be the leg shot. The nade is going to go down, should be able to finish this one off, and it will do just that, the quick dunk, but it's still a 3v2. Fish, they're dwindling in numbers, but the bomb is ticking on away. Weber next in line to fall, and Xenex, are they going to be able to keep themselves alive? It comes down to Mole. Can he 1v3? He's got himself the AWP in his back pocket, but this should be impossible. And JT is going to make sure the impossible stays just that. Shuts him down, the defuse will be found, and Xenex, they get themselves to a much stronger pedestal, because 15 to 13, you're looking at this economy, Fish. Not really too much they want to do here. Forcing up here wouldn't be the best call for them, so... Okay, Rattlesnake starting to invest, but the rest of the team not going to go for it. So, intriguing decision. I'm sure there is something I'm missing behind that thought process, so I'm just going to let him do his thing. And we're going to look at the reasons of why and whether it actually pays off more than the theoretical side of things. Of course, Xenex bringing back the double AWP setup now. Let's just mention that the minute they don't double AWP, rounds get way closer. And it looks like a much tougher affair for Xenex to make this comeback happen. The minute they bring it back into play, it should be a bit of a better story, but Rattlesnake, with that force-up weapon, finds himself the first pick, now looking for a second, but Jakey is going to shut him down. With pistols for the rest of the board, so Fish going to have a much harder task in terms of just hopping their way on towards the site. Well, close range could be something that sits towards their portion. Jakey plays in towards Cryptic Can somewhat. Well, the spray down of the rifle was just so difficult to overpower, and it's an expected frag for him to find. Well, over towards the B site, he'll be putting a bit more damage into the coffin of JT. So the rifle off the back of that, but Weber pretty much has to do something great with a Tech 9 if there is going to be any hope in this round, which, judging by the fact he's been spotted out by two separate players, and they both have his angle and both his number read up, it's not going to happen. JT right from behind pretty much ends it. Mole will find himself that headshot. This should be, well, not quite going to happen. And, well, I say should be. Oh, we get wrecked by Tense. The Darcy, just as we go into it, going to shut him down a peg. So 15 to 14. One round, all that makes a difference. It's only going to go one direction. We either go to overtime where Xenex they can play for not only the tie tag, but in actually the win. Or Fish can close things out. The rifles all across the board for Fish. Pick a little on towards Rattlesnakes. Not quite a pitch perfect setup. It's the same regard for Xenex. They don't have that double AWP, but the push is going to take shape. Fish, they're looking to go aggressive. They're trying to end this one. The spray through the smoke from Mole, but Peggy, he's going to respond. Dancing with the AWP. He misses the shot. Devastating from him now. Can Shaney live up to the hype? Can he find the shot with the rifle? He gets the headshot on towards Pickles. Molotov, he's going to burn on away. Shaney ever so low, but Mole, he's gone aggressive. He's gone for the counterplay. Pits us in a 3 versus 3. And now he's going to be looking to get that bomb down. And Peggy, he doesn't want to peek. He wants to sit tight. He's trying to be smart about this one. He's trying to think about how he approaches it. And it's been great so far. But it gets to a line where he has to convert that brain into sheer fragging power, prowess at that. JT over towards Connector. Nades aren't going to be extended, but that bomb is going to be ticking on away. They have to go aggressive. They have to finally go up close and personal. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 frag. Weber on one, JT on the second. Taking just 24 HP. Has to drop them down. They're going in for the same angle. But things are being held. Weber, he's looking for that headshot, finds it on towards Dances, and here you go, we're coming down to the final seconds of this one. Peggy, 24 HP, peeks out, finds the headshot on towards Weber, throws the smoke down on towards the bomb. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, he's on the defuse. Cryptic's going to be looking for the headshot, but he finds the headshot. They close it out 16 to 14. Great stuff coming out from Cryptic, still to still, but right down to the wire. That should not have been that close. Incredible stuff from both sides of the board, but we have to give it to Xenex right now. Either way, Xenex, incredible stuff from you guys, but we have to end this one nice and quickly. So we're going to leave you guys right up until next week. Be back with us. This has been the UK Masters. Hope you enjoyed it.